So, welcome to the September 12th Grants Pass City Council Workshop. I was waiting for you all to get us started since you're sitting up there, but I guess that's my job. Happy to have you all here today for the City Council Workshop. We've done something a little different today. We've turned tables, so to speak, because we have a panel of community participants here to talk about the construction, financing of construction. And so we have the City Council and myself sitting down here on the floor, and we have our panel of experts up in the hot seat. I hope it doesn't make any of you uncomfortable to be up there. We did this because we want you to be in charge of this, presenting to us today, and we're going to be listening. City Manager Aaron Kubik's going to be running the show, so I will hand it off to him. Thank you all for being here.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor mentioned, and welcome panelists, as the Mayor mentioned, this charrette provides an opportunity for Grants Pass City Council to listen to you, local stakeholders, about additional information when it comes to housing and housing development and multifamily housing and some of the barriers that you are dealing with, both from a financial institution or developer perspective. This charrette will hopefully provide council with some additional information where they can identify and resolve conflicts and maybe map some solutions to help the community develop more housing in our area. Just to go over a couple of ground rules that we have, the charrette is scheduled to start now, and it is scheduled to end at 2:30, recognizing that everyone here has other lives besides being on this panel, so we greatly appreciate you volunteering your time for this. The charrette, each panel, we have three main questions, and the questions are on the screen here that I'm going to go over just briefly. The first question is, what factors influence the type of housing you build and or finance? What factors hinder you from building and financing other types of housing? The next question is, what are the biggest challenges to housing development in Grants Pass compared to other cities in our region or state? And then the third question that we're addressing are, what are the most significant changes that would need to occur to develop other types of housing like quadplexes or cottage housing? These questions will be addressed and you'll have an opportunity to respond. We've got it scheduled where you'd have 5 minutes to respond to each question. Doesn't mean you have to take 5 minutes to respond. It could be you've got a 1 minute response, which is great, and then we'll move on. The way we'll make this flow is we'll start with the first question and we'll start with the panelists, and each panelist will answer in their own industry their response to this question. And we'll just go down the table and everyone will answer question number one. Then we'll go through and everyone will answer question two. Then we'll go through and everyone will answer question three, with all of you having 5 minutes. You'll see on here, I think it's going to be up there, you'll see a red light, a yellow light, and a green light. The green light means you're good. Yellow light gives you 30 seconds. The red light means you're at 5 minutes. And we have that just so we can try to make sure that we are providing an opportunity to close somewhere around 2:30. Karen is going to be making notes, and for council, just wanted to let you know, Karen's going to be making notes of some of the key points that each panelist is providing when they're making a response, and we'll have that up after they've responded to the three questions if you'd like to review some of those items and those discussion points. After everyone's responded, all the panelists have responded to the three questions, we'll then open it up to council to do follow-up questions based on the responses to those questions and provide an opportunity to have some dialogue between the panelists and council. And then hopefully we'll conclude and with a big thank you for your time also. Any questions, council, on the process? Questions, panel, on the process? Well, that is great. We are going to get started then. The first question, what factors influence the types of housing you build and finance? What factors hinder you from building or financing other types of housing? E.g., is it zoning, constraints, profitability, of size of development, financing availability, lack of familiarity with developing other types of projects, are just some potential examples. And what we could do is we've got our panelists here, and we'll start this time maybe with Rhonda, and we'll go down and just continue down, and then the next question maybe we'll start off with Chris and we'll go backwards.
Well, I
Oh, and let's make sure the panels, make sure that your red button light on the button, the red is on, and then just bring the speaker to you, and you're good to go.
All right. Well, I'm Rhonda Beck, and I'm with Willamette Valley Bank, and I've been with that bank for a little over 8 years now. And my main purpose is finding people financing for homes. And we do primary resident, investment, and second homes. Every family has their own needs, so it depends on their family size, where they're at in their life. Are they retiring? Are they downsizing? Are they starting a new family? They've outgrown their home. So we find that it just is really individual on the clients that come to us and that are referred to us. I think with a lot of the first-time home buyers that are starting out, you know, the smaller homes is a good idea. We just lack inventory. And as far as new construction's concerned, if it's not builder funded, then it's a whole different dynamic in regards to the affordability for these buyers, because they need to have more skin in the game, and what that means is more for down payment. I gave you guys some of these books here. On page 10 and 11, we do have what are called our Home Start programs, down payment programs. So we have one that's called a Home Start program, and it can give an individual up to $7,500 towards their down payment or closing costs. And then there's also the Native American home ownership. Every year we get X amount of dollars allocated to Willamette Valley Bank by the government for this program. We've already burned through all that money, and it was, I think, about $700,000. And the individuals have to be able to meet the criteria of these particular Home Start programs to help with down payment assistance, because a lot of people in our area are paycheck to paycheck wage earners. They can afford the mortgage payment, they just don't have extra to save up for that down payment. And so that's why we have some of these programs. And then we also have what's called the first and second, which kind of helps with that too. And the other challenge that we have is some of the times that we're in right now with interest rates going up and really strapping individuals financially. It's even making it harder for them to have accessible funds to save up for that down payment. So I don't know if there's anything that we can do as a community to get some funds or some programs, additional programs for these first-time home buyers, and then work with the builders to facilitate that, or even take some of these distressed homes and get them into a position to where they're financeable. Because these and you know, a lot of bad things have happened to good people, and we just want people to be safe and have a place of their own, that they're not at the mercy of somebody saying, hey, I just sold your house after moving in 30 days ago. So that's what I do, a little bit. And I love it too.
Craig Dent with Valerian Homes. We're a residential home construction company and also licensed for light industrial. We've principally focused on single-family homes at the entry level. We took over a couple of subdivisions a little more than 12 years ago, and the price points based on land, based on materials values at that point, we were probably building at $115 to $120 a square foot. Those costs have dramatically increased, which I'll address in question 3. But principally, the reason that we don't want to build multifamily homes as a builder-funded project is because we don't know where the buyers are. Who's going to buy the duplex? Who's going to buy the fourplex? And here we are carrying a $500,000 or $600,000 or $700,000 loan on a fourplex at a minimum, and then all of a sudden we become landlords because we got to pay the mortgage. So we're happy to build multifamily housing, but we need buyers on the front end. And there are constraints right now on land There's constraints because of the mortgage rate increase. We bought 8 lots over behind Fruitdale School, 1,800 square foot, 2-story homes. We had 1 pre-sold. We've had 5 listed, excuse me, that's incorrect. No, that is correct. We've had 5 other lots and 2 partially finished homes listed for over 4.5 months, and we haven't had an inquiry. And principally, it's because of the mortgage rates going from 3% to now we're touching on 6%. And they're now looking, the Fed is looking at another rate increase in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And I'd let Becky and Chris address that, but another 3/4 of a point. So if anyone wants a 4-plex built and they want to fund it, we're happy to build it. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thanks for the invitation to be here. My name is Jason Elsie. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Jackson County. The Housing Authority, I like to explain in a nutshell, we do 2 things in big buckets. One is the administration of the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. We're also a developer, owner, operator of affordable rental housing. We generally develop 50 to 100 units of housing every year. Over the course of the next 12 to 18 months, we've actually ramped that up to about 400 units in response to the Alameda fire in 2020. What influences us on how we build and how we develop is influenced primarily by 2 things. One, we're a public housing authority. Oregon statute says what we are allowed to do and not do. One of those things we are not allowed to do is go compete in the open market with market rate type of housing. We're charged to build affordable housing, whether that be single family or affordable rental. The other thing that influences us is when you start looking at developing affordable rental housing or any type of affordability in housing, it requires funding specific to that type of housing as well as state and federal incentives. Those incentives that we utilize to reduce rents and make housing affordable come along with priorities or regulations, often regulated by the state of Oregon. What allows us to build 50 to 100 units a year, the primary bucket of funding is called low-income housing tax credits, or LIHTC. We utilize tax credits that are highly competitive. They're open for private developers, nonprofit developers, and housing authorities to utilize to develop housing. Because they're so competitive, often oversubscribed 4 to 1, 5 to 1 on any given year, the state of Oregon gives out points or preferences to utilize those funds. So often what we build is dictated by those priorities or preferences, because if we're not meeting those preferences, you just don't expect to receive a funding award. So the affordability levels that we build to and the type of housing that we build is often predicated by that, as well as the industry itself. When we utilize tax credits, we work with investor partners that purchase tax credits that then provide equity to build housing. Those investors want to see certain things out of housing, certain size of housing. Generally, that's why we build 50 to 100 units a year. It's a cost efficiency thing. It's also limited by the number of credits that we can receive by the state of Oregon. So a lot of that is all capped by what does the state and federal incentives require to build, and that is often what predicates or influences what we build, and it also hinders what we build. We know that there's a lack of housing on every affordability spectrum, whether it be single-family homes or affordable rental housing for people of lower income. We would have the ability to build and lease hundreds of units each year. We don't do that because we're limited by those funding resources. If those funding resources are available, as I said, we could build 500 units a year and have those leased in a matter of weeks and still not meet an absorption threshold that would concern us on meeting absorption factors in this community. So I would say that is probably one of the biggest determinations of what we build and some of our hindrances as to why we don't step outside of that model.
Good morning, Justin Gerlitz with Gerlitz Engineering Consultants. I've been a land use consultant, civil engineer here in Grants Pass for about 21 years now, and I work with a variety of developers and builders here in the community. Everybody from what I'll call mom and pop, you know, somebody has a piece of property, they want to split, they want to build a duplex, they want to do something like that, to most of the developers in the community as well. Factors that influence the type of housing, there's, you know, in my world, there's a multitude of factors. There's always is, every single project. It's not a one or two or three thing, it's potentially 30 different items we look at when we look at any project to see if it's the ability to develop it, if it's profitable, what the risk factors are. All those things come into play. Here in Grants Pass, specifically, land availability and cost is we have a very limited amount of land that's available right now. We've struggled to get the urban growth boundary lands rezoned, which has held people back from developing those parcels. Something I talk a lot about is infrastructure. You know, if you've got a piece of property that is on the surface a good lot to develop, but it's on the outside of the urban growth boundary, and water's 1,000 feet away, sewer's 1,000 feet away, it's got a lot of frontage that requires curb gutter sidewalk. All those things come into play on the profitability of doing that project. You know, one of the biggest things that I think a lot of people don't realize is the market is what really dictates what we do in this community, and any town. Like Craig said, you know, you can build it, like Jason just said, he has the ability to build it, but there's all these factors that have to come into play. If you don't have a investor or a purchaser of these multifamily parcels, the risk is too high on a lot of them to take that chance and just let it sit there. You know, you start looking at having to put 30% down potentially on a project as an investor. And, you know, on a single family unit, that's a dollar amount. On 4 units, on 12 units, that's a dollar amount, and that grows exponentially. So it's all things we have to consider. Right now, there's a lot of uncertainty. You know, that's always a factor. We have a potentially changing market. We have urban growth boundary issues. We have code changes, significant code changes that came into play this year, hopefully for the better, but we don't know yet exactly how those are going to shake out. As all the counselors know right now, we've got some code amendments that are still open right now. We found some potential issues with those that I think we've talked a lot about. But having those kind of open code changes in play right now, I've got a lot of clients that are just waiting. They're just sitting and waiting. And with that waiting has come interest rate increases that are also impacting us. So there's a lot of different factors that come into play. I'm very glad that we've got a multitude of people on the panel today because I'm already learning things from those that have already spoken. So thank you.
I'm filling in for Gail Atkins, as she has long-term COVID problems. She's 8 weeks into it now. So she sent me some information she wanted me to speak about for her, and then turned me loose, which is dangerous. We all know that in this room. She builds based on free market principles, what the people will buy and what the people can finance. So building low-income properties is not something that's in her bell house. And then all the uncertainty right now in regulations, as was just discussed, the overlay map. She would actually like to build some cottage-type housing, but is unsure of investing in that at the present time due to code changes and due to the city not having the overlay zone finalized, and so code issues basically. And then my own thing, and lots of you have heard this before, having developed over 2,000 units of low-income housing in Oregon, partnering with housing authorities in some locations. But one problem Grants Pass has, even versus Jackson County Housing Authority, low-income housing and tax credits are really based on medium income for the metropolitan area that we're in. Our medium income probably reduces the amount of rent in our county versus Jackson County by a couple $100 a month at least on a 1-bedroom, maybe more on a 2-bedroom and a 3-bedroom, because everything's based on medium income. So it makes it very difficult to develop projects in Grants Pass. I have used gap financing. In fact, you can get to that down here at the end with Evergreen Federal and Umpqua Bank to put more money into a project so that, because I couldn't get enough through the state of Oregon. Again, very competitive. This last round of housing, I don't know if Jackson County got any. The application I put in with the city and with Housing Council just missed point-wise. We were close. Luckily, in the next round, there's going to be twice as much money. So that's very good news for anybody that's putting in applications. And hopefully, we will be successful. I'll let you come back to me with questions later. Thank you. Don't know how to turn it off.
There you go. Good morning. My name is Nathan Miller. I run a company here in town it's a software company for landlords and property managers. We work with about 16,000 of them, and we're working with them daily. So I might have some insight into what landlords who are operating these properties have. And then probably the actual reason I'm sitting up here is because we just finished 8 units over on the corner of 4th and J. It's 2 fourplexes over there. If anyone's driven on 4th Street, you've probably seen them. So we actually just got our certificate of occupancy, I think last week before on that. So it's a very, very brand new, fresh in my mind project that we just finished. As far as positive factors what influenced us on what we were going to build, probably different. We took a different approach, a little untraditional compared to most developers, because having a tech company downtown, one of the main problems we had is if we wanted to relocate anyone to the area, there was nowhere for them to live, or nowhere that they wanted to live, at least. So we've had this happen time and time again. We've had people from Portland or the Bay Area want to come down or come up here, and you know, the first thing that they're doing after we give them a job offer or talking to them about the job is where am I going to live? And it's always been a stumbling block. More often than not, we lose a potential employee because of that. So with that in mind, when we found that piece of property when it became available, which happens to be right behind our office, we took our ideal candidate that might work for a company like ours, and we built them to cater to that type of workforce housing, which is probably mid to higher end workforce housing. But we wanted to have an answer for them. Now, none of those units are going to rent to our employees. None of them do. None of them probably will. But we are using our employees as a model for how to build those and what they would want. Let's see. Our second objective down there was to improve the neighborhood. We had a lot of issues down there. When the old building was there, there was lots of traffic through the alley, lots of crime back there. One of our goals was to improve that particular neighborhood, get rid of the crime, and after speaking with the local police department, looking at other research and stuff, actually having people living there day and night, eyes on the ground, you know, reduces crime because there's people there. Prior to those units being there, no one was there at night, completely vacant area. So at night, people would move in, do bad things. There was lots of trouble. So that was one of our goals, was to improve that for the neighborhood and for our employees. We would, I'm sure everyone has heard stories, but employees would come to work in the morning and find horrible things in the doorstep and stuff like that. And we want to foster a very happy, good employment situation. So we wanted to do whatever we could to get rid of that. Let's see. So with that said, our project was not based purely on numbers. It wasn't a project necessarily with the only goal to make money. Our primary goals were the workforce housing and improving the neighborhood. But one of my goals in starting it was, let's prove that this project can work. We don't see too many, mid to high-end fourplexes. We don't see too many fourplexes in general, but we don't see too many of these being built around town. So I did want to prove to myself and the community that it would work. And they're built, they're working, they are profitable. So it did work, and I'm happy to, happy to show that as an example of something that does work here. Let's see, problems, things that hinder what we would develop. I would say one thing that came up, the SDCs on this, our bill ended up being $73,000 for 8 units. And that was with credits for the previous building. And that's a huge chunk of money. That is the exact same amount that we would have paid for building 8 single-family houses. Yet the city only had to come out once or twice to do all the infrastructure work instead of 8 times. So it feels to me like there should be some efficiency there. If someone else was doing a project just like ours, maybe it would be, maybe there's a discount that could be offered for a multifamily project in that case. Of note, I guess, our cost to build, our investment up front. When I factor out what it costs to build these units versus single-family homes, we were able to get 8 units, but we would have been able to do 10 to 15 single-family homes for the same investment, just because down payments are a little bit higher and expenses are a little bit higher on the multifamily. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Noel Shekels. In order to answer question number 1, I need to give you a real brief history without boring you. World War II was going on. My dad got out of the service in Los Angeles, decided to move the family up to Grants Pass, 1945. I was born 10 years later and grew up in this community, loved this community. The only rule we had when we were growing up is you had to be home before the sun went down. So if you're walking down 6th Street or 7th Street and one of your friend's parents come along, say, hey, Noel, get in the car. We got to take you home. Everybody knew everybody. We had a very small community here, and I dearly love this community. So when I was 18 years old, I built my first house, decided I want to be a contractor, hired a guy, and he says, I'll build the house for you. It's going to cost you 10% over the invoice. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you 20%. He goes, why would you do that? I go, I got one stipulation. I go, you teach me how to build the house. You don't build it, you're just my instructor and I'll pay extra. So instead of taking 3 months to build a brand new house when I was 18, I built it in 9 months. And I did everything except the electrical and plumbing at the time. Even got on a backhoe. So anyway, I started my career young as a general contractor, and I'm 65 years old now, and I've done it for the last 47 years. In 1991, I was called by a friend in Las Vegas saying, hey, Noel, I'm building 365 houses and I need some help. Can you come down and we'll have a meeting? I go, sure. So I went down there and with no plans on moving to Las Vegas. Well, 25 years later, I said, hey, I think I've done my fair share down here. Had my license down there, was involved with the city, the county, government, know most of them down there at the time, actively involved with that. So what I learned when I came back, 2016, I asked my wife, I said, yeah, I think I want to go home, come back up here. So I came back up here in 2016. The first thing I noticed was it looked different to me. Not only the traffic was the first thing that stood out, but the next thing that stood out is it looked tired. The city looked tired. I was for 25 years, I was involved with all this new construction, 300 homes here, 500 homes here, and a lot of this activity with shiny new buildings, okay? So then I realized that our community was tired. The housing was tired. So I decided I needed a plan. And so Josephine County is important to me, very important, and a passion for me. So I said, well, we're going to start with the heart of the city. And this is my vision of it, is we have an old growth forest in Grants Pass in the town. A lot of old homes that have been neglected, lawns haven't been mowed, buildings need to be painted, broken windows, broken doors. And anyway, so I thought, what's the best plan of attack to offer a service in my older years that could help the community that I grew up in and I love. And so I decided to focus in on the core of the city. I don't do anything in the county. I do everything in the core of the city. And the core of the city is pretty much Riverside Park on up to In-N-Out Burger, you know, the 6th and 7th Street corridor and the old part of the town. And so what needs to happen is in an old growth forest where branches are falling down and it's tired looking, we need to plant some new trees. So what I am focused on doing is probably different than what you guys, what most people want to do. I don't build single family homes anymore. I focus in on weeds that need to be pulled. I look at a house that is past its useful life. It cannot be restored without excessive amount of money. So I look for those kind of lots in the city limits, preferably north of the river, and I buy that property, remove the house, clean off all the debris from the last 100 years, a lot of the trash, and now I've got a nice clean lot in the city, because you can't find lots in the city very often. So then, at that point, I build a new project, and I go for a cluster type housing, where I can get at maximum density. And I do take a focus on the size of these units. And so I build them small, and I build the community inside out, so that these communities I'm building have a great courtyard, great sense of community for the people that live there, and also they're protected from outside. I'll wrap this up. I notice the neighbors are out there mowing their lawn, painting their buildings when they see this nice new project going in. I'll continue on the next question. Thank you.
So factors that influence types of housing that Evergreen finances. I'm going to focus mostly on commercial because we have a residential person here. We do a lot of residential and commercial construction lending. We do land development lending, which during the last downturn, most banks stopped doing that because it's risky. I'm going to talk to you about what we see in financing. As you went down the line here, you heard most people talking about why do people build things? Most of the people that I deal with, and Nathan did a really unique project for Grants Pass, but probably not unique in Portland. Cottages, not unique in Ashland, might be unique here. So we have to meet our underwriting policy guidelines. It all comes down to cash flow. Most housing, I know we can talk all day long about affordable and workforce housing, and I would love to have more of that, and I really appreciate what Jason's doing, helping with that, and what Bill has done to help with that, and I would love to have more of that. Most people that come to us say they're investors, and they want to build something that cash flows, and when it really comes down to it, the underwriting comes, if you have a 20-unit apartment building, you're going to look at the rents, you're going to take off a certain vacancy amount, you're going to take off a certain property tax, you're going to take off maintenance, you're going to take off management. You get down to a thing called a net operating income. The bottom line is that net operating income has to be more than your payment on your loan. There's two ways to do that. You either have a smaller loan with a lower interest rate, or you have more rent coming in. So the reality of the way most things are built in, and I do a lot of Jackson County stuff too, so apologize if I slide over there a little because Evergreen's in both counties. What it really comes down to is cash flow. If we can underwrite it, and if they're going to make money on it, they build it. That's just the reality of how most housing is built. It either has to be rented for an amount that people can make the payment on the loan and still put money in their pocket, because investors, if they can't make any money, they're just going to go, well, maybe not the stock market right now. They're going to go somewhere else with their money. They're going to put it in a savings account. So when we start looking at the risks that those investors take with their monies, you're going to have material or subcontractor costs can increase during the process, a year, a 2-year, 3-year process. You can have project complications or delays that were not anticipated. Like, all these things add up as cost to that investor. The market can change. The rates, I think Rhonda brought up, they've gone up, and 3.5% up to 6%. Just to give you an idea, a person that would have qualified for a $250,000 loan at 3.5% would qualify for a $187,000 loan at 6%. That's how the debt to income works. That's how the underwriting works. So all of a sudden you have a lot fewer buyers for that house, and also you have a lot fewer renters that might be able to rent an apartment. The reality is lumber costs went up. Builders, you can probably tell me, everything went up dramatically. So they're taking a huge amount of risk during that construction process. And most housing, the bulk of it is created by investors who are looking to build a house and sell it, or build an apartment or multi-family place and rent it. So what it really a lot of times comes down to is cash flow. I will tell you that there was a project in Jackson County. I was dealing with them for about 2.5 years. It got sent to LUBA. By the time it came back and they redid it, they were probably $2.5–3 million into the land, into development, into engineering. And in that time period, when it went to LUBA and then came back, the cost went up about $2 million because the costs to build just went up. The materials went up. I mean, everyone's shaking their head because you all know what happened. Guess what this person did? They said, this doesn't pencil anymore. It doesn't make sense. And I can't remember, it was between 60 and 70 units that did not get built because the cost went up during that delayed timeline. So I think when you look at the factors that influence what we can finance, a lot of it just comes down to underwriting. We want to help people get into things. We love helping people with smaller projects. I hope we're going to be able to help Home Bridging with one of their projects. We're involved in a project in Jackson County where there's a person who's donating all kinds of their own personal money to make it affordable. And we really enjoy those things, but the bulk of what gets financed, it just comes down to cash flow and numbers.
Thank you very much for the input on that first question. Chris, you're on a roll, so I think maybe we should just continue with you on question number 2, which is, what are the biggest challenges to housing development in Grants Pass compared to other cities in our region and state?
Yeah, this one's going to be really quick for me. Evergreen really only lends in Southern Oregon. And so I'm not super familiar with all the challenges that other places might have. I can tell you it is different and the builders and the developers are the ones who actually do all the hard work. No permit, no funding, basically. So they're the ones that'll tell you where it's hard. I would speculate that Grants Pass, it's a wonderful little valley that doesn't have nearly as much flat land as up north. It's a lot more expensive to develop on hillside. It's expensive to push water around. It's expensive to put streets in. I think Grants Pass doesn't have the same, because it's beautiful and has these lovely hills, it's not as easy as, say, if you went up north and you had just fields and fields and fields where they can throw in 1,000 houses in one subdivision at a time. I would imagine also they're probably better able to answer, but different municipalities, different counties are easier to work with. And I know none of you guys want to hear that, and I've been on that side of the table in a previous job. There has to just be a balance. I mean, there have to be requirements that are met. I will say when you add additional requirements that may or may not be there, that's usually cost for them, and that might make the difference on whether they do the project or not.
Okay, what are the biggest challenges of house development in Grants Pass? Well, looking at the situation geographically, we're in a bowl. We have mountains around us. And unlike Medford has mountains around it, but those are way far away, we have a small bowl of that we have that we have our land in. So that limits the amount of land that's available. That's our biggest challenge here. The city, I've worked with different municipalities, and I find Grants Pass has been really good to me over the years, and that they're still good. Challenges, they have their challenges, we have our challenges. The biggest, most important thing is with the city and with the builder, sometimes the cities will get into the rut where, you know, this is exactly the way that the code reads. And then we say, okay, that applies, but can you take a look at this? So I find that a few of the planners are very good about saying, hey, let's take a look at that. We just need to empower our planners and our building officials to be able to compromise. Yeah, because then you have a win-win situation. You have the builder that says isn't going to stop the project, like this big development project that we're just talking about that got canceled. Let the city have the flexibility of that. And that, I find that they want to do that, but sometimes the code becomes the almighty dictator in construction. It just needs to have the ability for the key people in the city say, hey, let's look at this. And like I said, like dealing with Clark County and Las Vegas, that's probably the hardest county in the whole country to deal with on building. What happened in 1980 was there was a huge fire at the MGM Casino Hotel. And at that point, the building department, the zoning department came in and said, we are going to be known as the toughest county in the United States for building and for development. So, and they did it. They're really hard to deal with, but you can deal with them. I find that Grants Pass is a breath of fresh air. I love dealing with Grants Pass, but there are challenges, and we do need to empower our city officials to make decisions on the fly, and without affecting it in a major way, but helping builders and developers navigate to, let's make a touchdown. We've got this 70-unit apartment complex. Okay, the numbers aren't working. Well, let's figure out how we can make it work. Let's get creative and make this development stuff work. So the one thing that would help is the length of time it takes to get a permit. I find residential is quick, a couple of weeks, we're good to go. I turn in the permits or the plans and we got it. Commercial is a whole nother animal, because it seems to take about more than 6 months, 10 months, maybe a year to get approval on commercial projects. That's something that we need to take a look at and maybe try and streamline so that we can get these developments out quicker. Because if we're talking we need to build 4,000 homes in the next 20 years, we got to get off our tails and get busy, and that means us is the community officials and building inspectors and all that, everybody, the developers as well. And so that's going to take a concentrated effort. But without the ability for the city people to be able to use their own common sense and make a decision and make a detour and make an exception so the project can keep going, we're not going to get there. We need them to be empowered more to be able to adjust the code to fit the conditions of what's going on. And I see that as being one of the biggest improvements we can make. But as far as the city folks are going, I love them. We've had a great time working with them, and we're doing quite a few projects coming up. We're planting more new trees in Grants Pass, bringing up the core of the city. One little philosophy thinking on this topic is our city, Grants Pass, is the heart of the county, okay? And if we make the heart of the county stronger, the whole county is going to be stronger. So let's set the example in the city limits of Grants Pass and make this stuff happen. And that's what I'm here to preach and to live for. That's my passion. That's what I'm all about. And that's what my company is all about. This is my son sitting over here. He's 38 years old. He's going to be taking my place when I check out someday. But he's being groomed and he works with me daily. So thank you.
So when I've never built anywhere other than Grants Pass. The only place I've owned property and built property, so I don't have direct knowledge. But we have a lot of customers outside of the area. Most of our customers are outside of the area, and I've got friends and other builders that have built outside of the area. So what I see here is our cost to build in Grants Pass is roughly the same. Lumber costs the same, labor's roughly the same. It doesn't cost a whole lot more to build here than it does in Medford or Bend, for example. But what we have is a lower wage. Our, let's see, Grants Pass median household, 46,000 is what the internet said this morning. Whereas Medford, Eugene, they're 52,000, Bend is 68,000. So building prices aren't going to come down. And they're especially not only going to come down for Grants Pass. So I feel like what we have an opportunity to do is how do we get our average wage up? And I look around town, everywhere is hiring. I see Master Brand has $18 an hour. All the fast food places have $18 an hour. There's a restaurant downtown that is threatening closing down because they can't find employees. But yet we have unemployment. So the calculation, if you're building homes in $200 to $300 a square foot price, which is what I'm hearing they cost right now, a household needs to earn about $60,000 a year. And for a two-person household, it's like $15 an hour, which is doable. It's very attainable. Everybody around here is hiring for more than $15 an hour. So, you know, my thought, looking at this from a business perspective, not necessarily a full-time builder's perspective, is we need to get these jobs filled. And as a city, we need to attract companies and businesses to our city that have higher paying jobs. A lot of companies are paying $18 an hour, but there's the potential software companies can come in, pay a lot more. There's lots of companies that can pay more than that and bring those averages up, which then makes it more possible to build something that people can afford in our community. I think that's it.
Question 2, what are the biggest challenges in housing? I can tell you in my experience that because I have built all over the state of Oregon in rural communities, Grants Pass, Cottage Grove, Hood River, Bend, Madras, Klamath Falls, Brookings, Newport, Bandon, every city on the coast from Brookings to Astoria. The challenges in rural Oregon are about the same everywhere. Once the lumber industry and the logging industry collapsed, everybody's medium income in those rural communities collapsed. So they're in the same predicament we are with income levels versus a metro area, even Medford or Eugene. So it makes it difficult to build projects. Conventional projects, I would bet the banker would tell you that they just flat out can't finance them because you can't make them pencil. The developer needs a profit. What can cities do? Florence, Oregon, reduced SDCs. Madras, Oregon, canceled SDCs. So there's ways that cities can contribute. And I was thinking Lincoln City actually also reduced their building permits. It was either Lincoln City or Newport. So cities have participated in trying to get low-income housing built. The other big problem we have, if we go back in the beginning of my career in this industry, we didn't put fire sprinklers in every unit that were over 4. And those units have no more loss of life than a sprinkled building does. And believe it or not, a sprinkled building causes more damage when there's a fire in a unit than a non-sprinkled building. Back in those days, we firewalled everything. We double sheetrocked between units. And most of the damage was constrained to the unit that and normally in an apartment building, the fire is going to be somebody left the stove going and the meal caught on fire on the range. They're not big fires. So you had the damage, the smoke damage in the unit and maybe in the hallway. But once the sprinkler system goes off, you flood every unit close. You do tens of thousands of dollars just in flooding expense. So code changes has made it more difficult. Now they want to do the interface code change would be above the freeway and above Highland, so that if you build a house in those areas, you're going to have to put on cement siding and fireproof the building basically at a cost of probably several $1,000s. So code changes keep, being a management agent, we manage right at 700 units, again, in rural communities. Every time you add on to my water bill, that tenant's gonna pay that. The project's not gonna pay it, but the tenant's it's gonna be divided up amongst the units. Because the tenants, all of my units are based on what's called 2023's budget will be based on 2022 expenses, are expenses I know that are going up. So that's how rent increases happen. Rent increases have to be approved either by the state of Oregon, by HUD, or by rural development. They will look at all those prior expenses or anticipated raises in expenses for taxes, for water meters, for power, all of those things. That's what influences rents. Other code changes, like now in an elevator building, when they come do a fire alarm test, I have to have an elevator inspector on site at $500 an hour. So there's just crazy code changes that are mostly brought on by the legislature, promoted by the building agencies or code agencies that drive the price of rents up. That happens in conventional rentals, that happens in low-income rentals. Probably, government's the problem, sorry.
Well, being fifth in line, I'll reiterate some of the things that were said because they were on my list as well. But I mean, as mentioned, building codes, they do keep changing. They do. They never change to where things get less or more affordable. They're less affordable. There's always an addition, right? A lot of it's tied to safety. Some of it's tied to energy codes. Lots of different factors. But the code, the building code in Oregon is the same for every single city and community across the board. It's similar throughout the states, but in Oregon they have their own code and their own modifications. So the cost of building a unit here and a unit in Portland, outside of a little bit different in wages, is pretty much the same. It's very similar. So you start looking at what Nathan had mentioned, primarily it was jobs and job growth and wages. And we do struggle with that. We are now the smallest metropolitan area in Oregon. We've now become that. That comes with the state comparing us to Eugene, to Portland, to Salem, to Medford, and to Bend. We are not those communities yet. And it will take a long time. They will continue to grow, and we will continue to grow. But, you know, when you compare to Bend, for instance, is a similar community, because that's what the state's doing, you cannot make the same wages here as you can at Bend for the exact same job. But the cost to build is almost the same. And then, as mentioned, the challenges we have here specifically is what makes this town so beautiful. It's the terrain. These mountains are gorgeous. That's why I love this town. I love walking it. You can look at it. You can see a mountain from any point in this community, just about. You can't do that in a lot of places. But with that comes steep slopes. And with steep slopes becomes heavy excavation. And with that, you know, something I run into time and time again on projects that have been in the urban growth boundary for as long as I've been here is there's no infrastructure. And you think, well, extending that water, that sewer main should be the responsibility of the developers, what the city has portrayed all these years I've been here. But I don't look at it that way. I look at it as if somebody comes up with a project at the end of that line, you know, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet past where they're at right now. It's in the urban growth boundary. It's slated for development. The city needs to contribute to that infrastructure. They can do that through local improvement districts, through advanced finance districts, where they get paid back as people tie into that line as they go. But right now it's set up to where the developer has to eat that and take the risk and the chance of getting paid back. And what I've seen now from the early 2000s, there was a lot of those projects that occurred, and a lot of developers that signed up for those local improvement districts, and they expired. The cities don't expire, but the private development does. So we have to bridge that gap. Something else that you don't think about with infrastructure is if I'm building up on top of a hill, because we've got this big chunk of land up on top of a hill somewhere, you think, well, just run the water up there. Well, no, you have to put in a water reservoir because you're not in the right water zone. That reservoir could cost $1 million. So right off the bat, and I'm not, and that, at $1 million, some of them are much more than that. That's just an average, you know, for a large area. Same kind of question, the city's always looked to the developer. Well, I need you to build that reservoir. It helps our whole system, but we want you to build it. Well, you start looking at a piece of property, $1 million here, $500,000 to extend this water, $250,000 to extend the sewer. That's even before you even touch the property. So we have to bridge that gap, and I think that there has to be some contributions from the city, knowing that all of those units are helping our community, they're creating tax revenue, which is ultimately what pays for everything. Each new lot, each new unit is potentially someone working a job in the community, someone paying those taxes, and somebody contributing back to our local town. So I think to me, those are probably the biggest things that we face here and that we should really focus on as well. Thanks.
So everything that's been said, I think, has been spot on, and I would echo 100%. Let me try to, rather than repeat those, let me try to focus on challenges as a multifamily residential developer and what's specifically unique to Grants Pass. Our footprint isn't as large as Bill's, but it's Southern Oregon. We have developed in every municipality in both Jackson and Josephine County. What I can tell you about Grants Pass, and I think before I get into challenges, I want to tell you something good about Grants Pass. My development staff absolutely loves working with Grants Pass staff right here at the city, from the city manager down to the planning department to Amber in the housing department. What we find are solutions and answers in Grants Pass, and that's huge when you're already looking at mountains of risk, pouring millions of dollars into it, to know that city staff knows how important housing is here in this town. And what I can only stress to the city council is continue to foster that atmosphere, because it does make a difference. Specific to Grants Pass as a multifamily residential, as a larger multifamily developer, we generally have a minimum of 5-year pipeline of land. We're looking for larger pieces because of that funding I told you about. But we generally are looking at every community in Southern Oregon and where to invest. We'd like to have housing in every community so that people can live where they work and they have a choice on where they want to live. The biggest challenge that we find in Southern Oregon is, and this isn't unique to Grants Pass, but it's one of them, is the land availability with proper zoning. There is land available, but it does not necessarily mean that it's on the market, and it does not necessarily mean that it has zoning. I often get asked, why don't you just buy a piece of dirt out here on the city limits and get the property rezoned? Well, it doesn't work like that. It's not that easy. There are so many criteria to get a piece of property rezoned that it's not worth the risk. So if I'm looking at my pipeline and I'm looking at land, I'm going to go to another municipality that has that land availability with zoning. I got asked by a local official, we have a property that is being developed over on Harbeck by South Middle. Why did you pick that site? And my response is, well, I really didn't pick that site, the city did, because it was a larger piece with zoning intact. That's what a developer is looking for, rather than assuming more risk. For a very risky zoning application, we're looking at sites that are relatively flat, that don't have topography issues, that have infrastructure intact, and most importantly, that have zoning intact, because the last thing we want to do is end up with some sort of a dispute in NLUBA, because it just changes the entire dynamics of it. The other thing I can tell you that's specifically unique to Grants Pass, and Bill hit on this, is our median income and our median rents. You can only build so much based on what that bottom line looks like. What we're leaving out, and what's unique to what I do as a low-income housing developer, is we're also leaving out buckets of funding that other bigger municipalities that have higher median incomes and rents can utilize, and those are a different type of tax credit that are non-competitive. So those resources are available to developers when they can go secure a piece of land, put together a pro forma that meets a certain debt service coverage ratio that a bank wants to see. You go to the state of Oregon and say, I have this proposed project, this thing pencils, I have it underwritten, you get those tax credits. Those don't work here because of the gap of lower rents associated with lower median income in Josephine County, and that's true in the most rural communities of Oregon. So it's a challenge that we all face in rural Oregon to try to utilize resources that aren't available to us. Last but not least, I think that the other thing that we don't have in the form of resources that large municipalities do is local funding. You go to Portland, they have an urban renewal agency with tax increment financing, and they will put up to $1 million easy into an affordable housing project because they have that ability with an urban renewal agency that has a large swath that's receiving those tax increment financing that is a lot more difficult in Josephine County and Grants Pass.
We don't have Valerian doesn't have a lot of experience in other cities. We've built a lot in the county, we've built in Douglas County, we've built in Jackson County. We're doing our first project in Rogue River, and the process is about the same. It isn't that I want you to raise permit fees, but I was surprised that a house that over here would have been $15,000, $16,000 in permits in Rogue River was 20. I was fairly surprised by that. But whether it's multifamily or whether it's single-family housing, I passed out just some basic information when we talk about increased costs and regulation. So just quickly, right on the first sheet, all new housing for the last 2 years built in Oregon has to accept solar ready. So that transfers over to multifamily. Full house ventilation system, minimum $750 because we've taught people not how to open a window. But somebody up in Salem was bright enough to say, gosh, there's smoke, so maybe we should put a turn-off switch on it. They really weren't going to do that, folks. Corporate activity tax. I've been in Oregon since '74, and I think at least 3 times the sales tax has been voted down. But this thing is real, and I think it's about the 4th tab back there for you is an invoice from Moser Paving for us. $44 doesn't seem like much, right? But you take everything that we invest into a house and every sub that charges us, every vendor that charges us, and you can easily double the 0.5% that we're going to pay on $400,000 and come up with $4,000. And if we were really going to dig down on this and start with the rock from Robco to the oil from Chevron Oil to the transportation, I'll bet you could come up with $6,000 to $7,000 in a $400,000 house in tax that the state, it's a sales tax, guys, regardless of what they call it. Grants Pass raised the SDCs. I forget what that would pencil out to on a $400,000 house, but I believe that was last June or July. The construction excise tax was suspended, but you'd have to figure that in there. Recently, the fire zone new codes were passed. And just happenstance, if you were to look at your last tab in there, you'll find a project we're doing out in the county, and the customer wants gutter covers, $3,000, and the basic gutters are $43 already. So I took that, and you just have to believe me if you will. Our 1,800 square foot single family homes over on Cayley Way, the gutters were $1,400 per home. Well, 69% of that is over $900. There's another. So when does this become real money in the calculation for affordable housing and the lenders? We have new codes coming up, new seismic. We haven't started a new house yet, so we don't know what those are going to be from the engineer. The fire zone upgrades has been mentioned for impregnated concrete siding, and we can go down the list. We're hearing, based on the outcome of this next election here in the state, that every new home is going to have to be wired for electric vehicles, another $1,000. So does $10,000 become real money? Does $15,000? I mean, we really have to figure out where the regulation is. And then your first tab, we talk about materials going up. So I just tried to make this easy. In February of 20, a product called OSB that we use for subsiding and sheeting the roofs was $9.15 a sheet, okay? And if you flip through, by December of that year, it was $21.50 a sheet. Come September of a year ago, we were at $38 a sheet. By the time we get to March of this year, we were at $52 a sheet. That's a sheet, guys. Now, all of a sudden, it's dropped, and I just got this bill in, it's dropped to 18 a sheet, but that's still double the price. And you can find that all the way through the lumber packages for any house. Thank you.
So I don't have a bunch of knowledge in regards to the housing development in our community. Like Chris said, I'm a lender that deals with single-family homes, investment properties, and second homes. But what we do see from a direct lender standpoint is that our biggest hurdle right now, whether it's buying a new home, affordable housing, is that it's just simply the cost of an average 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. The median income does not support that anymore. And so because of cost of building homes, the interest rates, they're slated to probably go up by about 8% by the end of the year. Right now, somebody with a good down payment, great credit, you're looking in the high 5s to mid 6s. And that is hundreds of dollars a month that they're having to come up with in addition from previous, less than a year ago. So just for example, I kind of broke this down. You'd mentioned the median house income was $46,000 in our area. What that equates out to is $3,833 a month. And based on a common formula we use in the lending world, 45% of that would be going towards their housing, their mortgage payment. $1,725 is what they would qualify. And that doesn't even include adding the homeowners and taxes on top of it. So you would honestly reduce that by $200 or $300. So now you're looking at about $1,500 for our average income in our area. Now, if you look at the $18 an hour, which is a decent wage, you're at making $37,440 a year. That's $3,120 a month. That breaks down to about $1,400 that they have to qualify for lending. And when you look at the next question there, they have some average rents. Your $18 an hour, your average rent for a family of 4 is about $2,500 a month. You only make $3,100 a month. That's our problem, and to get people to qualify. And so it's huge. It's just that when that $18 an hour, you could buy a $1,400 a month, get a $1,400 a month mortgage because the homes were more affordable and the interest rates were lower. But it's devastating our mid to lower income. The higher income people, we're financing all day long because they do have money. They're very stable. There is a lot of money in our community, but there's such a vast difference that there's very little middle income. We either have low or we've got above middle income. And it's the low and the middle that we really need to concentrate on how we can help them afford these homes. Lending is lending. We can't, I'm constantly putting square pegs into round holes for the clients, trying to figure out a creative way how we can make this financing work for them. And it's a challenge. And then, we have credit issues with a lot of our renters because they don't understand what credit is about. And so, I'm not going to pay that credit card. I'm not going to pay that bill. Well, now you don't finance. You're not financeable. And that's one of the things I do help a lot of clients with is I give them credit education. Okay, you're not in a position to buy a home right now, but if we do this, then I think we can get you to where you need to be a homeowner. And that's the other challenge that we have is because COVID really displaced a lot of our people in our community. And, they had the challenge of, well, do I pay the credit card or do I put food on my table? Do I keep the lights on? And so I think we're coming back from that now, but we're just not quite there yet.
Thank you for question number 2. Our last and final question is number 3. What are the most significant changes that would need to occur to develop other types of housing like quadplexes or cottage housing? Would it be policies, industry issues, economics, financing? What do you believe are the stumbling blocks? And to change it up, maybe we could start with Justin, and we'll go down the line and we'll end with Jason.
Some of these things will be reiterated from earlier, but you know, overall, I think risk is a big thing right now. We know in our community that we have single-family home buyers. That they typically fit those upper middle incomes that we have so much of around here, and it seems like it's increasing. You know, some of the things that I've talked recently about with the building official on multifamily units, because I really want to get a good understanding of what is the most economical multifamily unit. And as mentioned, I think Bill might have mentioned it, you start looking at the traditional apartment or stacked unit. With that comes fire sprinklers. With that comes ADA accessibility. And that's not just in the building, that's from the parking lot to the building. You know, so not that I disagree with ADA accessibility in any way, but you know, you look at a small site, which we have a lot of in Grants Pass, and now instead of 1 parking space, you have 2, because you have the loading aisle, and then you have, everything's bigger, the bathrooms are bigger. So, you know, you can do townhomes, and if you do them the right way, you can avoid the use of sprinklers. So I think that's something we're starting to see a little bit more of around here, something that I encourage. But with that also comes challenges with the age of our population. There's a lot of people that aren't willing to have a narrow 2-story home where they have to take everything upstairs, up and down the stairs all the time. If it's built on a hillside, we have the same challenge. Sometimes you end up with 3 stories. Your garage is a half story below the first floor and then up to the second floor. You know, we can't control land costs. That's set by the market. You know, the land is the purchase price of a piece of property is different on every single piece of property. As I mentioned before, we can't control, for the most part, the building costs. You can make them smaller though, and I think that's something that I've been talking a lot to people about. Us as Americans have just continuously gotten bigger and more and bigger and more, right? You know, instead of a 2-bedroom, 1-bath home with no garage, we went to a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home with a 2-car garage, and now we've even pushed beyond that, where you see these big 3,000 square foot houses. I truly believe that if we're going to encourage home ownership and better rentals in our area and our country, that people are really going to have to go back to needing less. You know, go back to your first home being 900 square foot and 1 bathroom. Can we get there? I don't know. I mean, that's a social shift. That's a very big challenge, a very big hurdle. You know, when it comes to ways to change and encourage these type of things, it's just affordability seems to be the key. Everybody's talking about it, right? It's affordability versus income, and we're having that challenge. That gap is very large right now. So what can you do? Well, you can reduce the cost. How do you reduce the cost? Well, we can't really reduce the building cost too much other than use the cheapest finishes. But those permits, those SDCs, those taxes, those infrastructure costs, those are the things that as a city, if the city's looking at ways they can contribute, could encourage and incentivize. What does that matrix look like? I don't know. That's something that would have to be looked at and figured out, but you have to keep it flexible. Cottages, you know, I've got a project right now we're doing a few cottages on. I think we have 12. It's not a true cottage development where they're individual lots or individual ownership. It's a multifamily site. But something we find with say, a cottage is even though you're building a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, 1-car garage unit, you still have a garage, you still have a kitchen, you still have a bathroom, you still have a power meter, you still have 4 walls that need siding and a roof and everything else. So they're not, they tend to be not as affordable. They can be on the right property, in the right environment. You know, oftentimes it's because you have several of them that you could factor into a same common space. But yeah, I mean, multifamily housing, even though I believe that we need it, I think everyone thinks we need it, it does have its challenges as everyone's talking about today. Thanks.
Well, he was talking about my first house, Northeast Hawthorne, 900 square feet, $7,500, one bath. Now, that's one of the things we really need to somehow, the public needs to understand. We all can't live in big houses. My wife and I are guilty of that. What are the most significant changes that need to occur? Somehow, politics has to go back to looking at all the laws that have been created and all the mandatory things that have been created and think about revision. I realize some people think global warming is a very big deal, so that needs to be dealt with, and I believe things in common sense make sense. But I don't believe we need to kill our economy and kill the housing industry by going overboard. But some of the significant changes, there's so many code issues, I could sit here for 2 hours, from ADA requirements, at an apartment complex, ADA requirements, you can't have more than a 2% slope. For handicap, you can't have more than a 2% slope and a 2% cross slope, which means it's basically a flat slab that doesn't drain. Your sidewalks can be no more than a 5% gain with a 2% cross slope. And the building inspectors come out there with levels and measure it. And if you don't have it right, they make you tear it out. And it can be off by 1/100%. So it's just nuts. It's crazy, all the things that have came down over the last 25 years, well, 40 years I've been in this business. But the most significant changes, we need to somehow get back to common sense rather than one person dying in a fire in an apartment in Portland and everybody getting a new fire code. A few houses burning down because of a 100-year event in Phoenix and Talent, and now they want to make all kinds of changes to what you can do in interface areas. So somewhere we got to get back to common sense. Our children and your children are going to struggle ever owning a home. Do I think our children and your children need to think about that 900 square foot starter home with one bath? Maybe. Because we used to pay for our homes with a single income. We can't do that anymore. Now you got to be married and have two incomes, and both incomes need to be fairly decent. So our society as a whole, on the West Coast and the East Coast, have made it very difficult. You can go to the mid-country, and you can still buy that same house we're selling here for $400,000, probably for $250,000. We've just made our zoning regulations and our codes have made it so expensive to live in California, Oregon, and Washington, and up and down the East Coast as well. Thank you.
So I guess I look at it, I totally agree with Bill. The codes do get more restrictive and they're tough, but I don't think us in Grants Pass, no one in this room has any influence over that, and we're not going to be able to make those changes. And chances are, unfortunately, it's just going to get worse. It's probably not going to get better. So what can we do locally is, what I think about. That's what we have to consider. And right now, a lot of our developers, they don't have $500,000 to invest in a large property when they can choose to do 3 or 4 smaller properties that are safer. It's a pretty easy decision when you look at one large building requires a big investment, maybe 30%. Smaller houses require a smaller investment and are safer. And what I mean by safer, I think it was mentioned earlier, is a large multifamily building, even a fourplex, it's hard to sell. There's not very many buyers around for that. But yet a single family, you can sell that to anybody. You can sell it to the homeowner, you can sell it to an investor wanting to rent it. you know, the entire market is open for a small single family. So it's a lot safer as a contractor, especially, or a builder, if you're looking a year down the road, how am I going to get rid of this if, you know, if it doesn't rent? A single family just makes a whole lot more sense. So ideas that can be done locally. I hear Medford's working on a property tax deferral where, I don't know how many years it is, but they're going to waive property taxes for multifamily. And this is waiving the property tax on something new. So it's not losing property tax, it's waiving it for a few years on something brand new. Sounds like a compelling, reasonable idea. And then anything else the city or the county can do to reduce those upfront fees. You know, maybe that's SDC fees or permit fees or a fund to help, I think is the best thing we can do locally to incent that type of building. We were talking about first homes. First place I lived in was a townhouse here in town. It was affordable for just me on a small income at the time to buy it and live there. And we haven't had much townhouse development in our area in a long time, especially not for that can be sold to first-time home buyers. I think that's a great way to get people into a home, and it gets them a good footing in the real estate market. So I think anything the city or our local area can do to promote that type of building, I think could be helpful.
I'm really happy to hear these gentlemen talk about smaller homes. Okay, that I believe in my heart is the single solution to solving our housing crisis in America. If you go back to the 1800s, the average house size was 7 people. Okay, you had a mom, a dad, and 5 kids. And most of those homes back then the size was between 500 and 600 square feet. Now, we've got grandma and grandpa living in a 4,000 square foot house. We came a long ways. We got on a runaway train, and it's still running. The only solution, if you can't eat the whole hamburger, eat the pickle and take a couple of bites. We need to build smaller houses. I'm not saying tiny homes. I'm not an advocate for tiny homes. I'm an advocate for 1980 homes. I mean, you have 1 bathroom. I mean, you may have 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. Might be a studio. But here's the thing. Right now, we have an epidemic of young people, and we always have, leaving our community. And without young people, we're up a creek without a paddle because we're all aging out. And I'm the first one to admit I'm aging out. You know, so the thing is, how do we keep our younger people here? Okay, first of all, a $400,000 house is not gonna, no one can afford it. They can't afford it. But as these numbers show, you can afford a $200,000 house. As the bankers show, you know, you could probably afford a $200,000 house. How do you build a $200,000 house? You do not build a 1,800 square foot house. You go back to square one. The Romans did it 2,500 years ago. There was so many hundreds of thousands of people moving into Rome from the countryside. They needed to put them somewhere. They built small little homes, okay? Small homes is the answer to the problem of this housing crisis. Okay, so now I get out of school and I'm not going to go to college, or I do go to college, come back. We want our young folks to stay here. They have creative minds and they need to be here. Grants Pass is like Aspen, Colorado. Grants Pass is cool. It's got a culture. It's not Medford. Medford's cool and all these other communities are cool, but we have something really unique here. We've got a river going through our town. We've got the mountains. Beautiful, beautiful area. Okay, so, but young people can't make it here. They get out of school and they sit there and go, Mom, Dad, I got to go somewhere. I'm going to move to Portland. I'm going to move wherever they're going to move because they can't make it here. How do we get them to stay here? First of all, downtown, there's lots of businesses that desperately need employees. I've been in business, my whole life, and I can tell you employees today are hard to hold. So what's the number one reason why you can't hold them? Okay, it's because they have nowhere to live. They're tired of living with Mom and Dad, or they might be a transpat coming into town. They have nowhere to live. We have to solve that. My solution, we're working on here in the core of the city, is we are building these small little studio apartment buildings that we can rent that are 450 square feet. They've got a washer, dryer, bathroom, shower, a full-size refrigerator, range. You can move in there. You can live on L Street, you can walk down to the Powderhorn on 6th Street and have a job, or you can ride your bicycle. We're putting in all these bike racks everywhere. We need to do this. So the culture of Grants Pass, we need to recognize that young people need culture. They need more than just an affordable house. Well, there is culture. We have that going for us. We have G Street. We've got some really cool stuff. We have a music scene here that's cool. But we just need that stepping stone to get somebody into that $400,000 house. So let's say I'm 18 years old. I get a job at the job. We'll use the Powderhorn. I get a job at the Powderhorn. Most people know that restaurant. It's a great restaurant. Okay, so I get this place, this house. That's a small home. I buy it. I could sell you a house that's a 500 square foot house for $225,000 in the city of Grants Pass. Okay? Can we qualify for that, bankers? You know, if I have good credit and the brand new house is $225,000 and we're making, my wife and I are making $3,000 a month, can we qualify? Yes, that's the answer. Build small. Forget these, we don't need 1,800 square feet. Now, I'm 18 years old. I go and I buy my 600 square foot house over here, somewhere in town. I walk to Powderhorn. I have my job. I'm happy. I'm not going to move to Portland. I'm going to stay here. I like the culture. Music scene's good. Everything's going on. We have to recognize building small is critical and replacing old units that need to be replaced in town. So that's what we're focused on. My family has been here since 1945, and we're focused on the revitalization of the core of the city, which should spread out throughout the county. Thank you.
I don't have anything to add on this one. You guys have kind of hit them all, so.
Well, I'll just talk about, the affordability. Bought my house 25 years ago, first house, still in it, and I plan to die there. But along the line, we've done upgrades. So, it's good for us. It's one level. So as we start aging out, my husband and I, we don't have to worry about where we're going to move. We have this it's not two stories, but if you had a 2-story, now we're getting old, we're not going to be able to get up and down the stairs. Now what do we do? But the tiny homes, I think, for first-time home buyers, and even for the older people in our community, they are downsizing, and it's important that they have a place to go. And one of the things that I know we're talking about, in the city of Grants Pass, but there is a rural program, and it's called the USDA program, and it's designed to cultivate the rural areas. And that is a loan program that requires zero money down. It's the only 100% financing loan out there. But a few years ago, right before COVID, the city of Grants Pass, everything in the city, county, all qualified for the USDA loan program. So these city homes, somebody could go in, buy a home with zero money down. Well, we hit over 36,000 in population, and it disqualified us for the USDA loan program in the city limits. So that was a heartbreaking moment for me. So it comes down to cost, and if they can make these little communities that are maybe 0 lot lines. Again, I don't know too much about building or the development part of it, but I have done my fair share of new construction loans with like Valerian. They do self-fund, and then we get the buyer, they're just getting ready to break ground, we've got it ready to go, and then we do what's called a takeout loan. So they get their money upon completion. We fund it. But I think it is important to keep our young kids here. I still have 2 of my 4 left in the community. The other 2 have gone up to, up to Washington and California. But I do lending in all 50 states. And one thing I do see is like in the South, you can get a 5-bedroom home for about $150,000. I mean, a ginormous home. And I think we've just really outpriced ourselves on even the current existing homes that we have. I understand the problems with the new builds because of the construction costs, But we had just gone crazy on values in the area, and I've been waiting for it to kind of level out. And it hasn't yet, because we still are getting a lot of money coming into our community where we're not in the bidding wars anymore. You better offer full price or you're not going to get that house. But I do see things changing a tad, where the sellers are a little bit more flexible in not sticking to full price offers. You know, okay, we'll come down 10,000. Well, that really isn't going to make that big of a deal. But what it does is it lowers the value of like homes. So, which means for like an appraisal standpoint, you have to do comps in the area. So if these homes start going down in value, the other homes in the area will go down in value likewise. So we're hoping that that trend kind of trends down a little bit so we can get some more affordable housing for that certain income range.
Well, I've recently been appointed to the Housing Committee, and I hope to bring some perspective about a bit of a different approach to construction and bringing costs down, because there's only certain things that can be affected, material, labor, regulatory, realty fees, even, if you will. But if we go back about 40 years, maybe 45, and we go back to Stephen Covey's original book on the 7 basic habits of successful people, he talks about the things you can control, the things you can influence, and the rest of the stuff you can't do anything about. And I would disagree just a little bit with the fact that as a city council, you're a political body, and you can work with our legislators. You can work with the state Construction Contractors Board. You can work with the State Home Builders Association to push back on some of the onerous regulations that exist and to get them abated. You do have that capability as a political body. With regard to small houses and high density, and the city, I said this to the Housing Committee about 4 years ago when Laura Glover was still Director of Community Development, that the city finds itself in a really interesting and difficult place. You're obligated by state law to plan for urban growth boundaries. You're obligated. Buried in Governor McCall's legislation, you will find language that speaks to the carrying capacity of the natural resources. In other words, how much can we build? How many people can be supported by the infrastructure and by our natural resources? And as you move to your decision on high density and small housing, I'd really like you to think about that. I remember when Roy Lindsay was mayor and DEQ came in with massive increase in stormwater fees. So the more hardscape we build, the more we screw up the natural function of the watersheds. And I'd like a climatologist to come in and talk to us about how the natural function of the watershed is screwed up because evapotranspiration rates don't work anymore. We're running the water back to the river, we're running the water right back out to the ocean. Another piece of this is, in considering the natural resources, I worked with a gentleman who was the geologist and water rights examiner for the Medford Water Commission. And as I sit here today, I can tell you that the Medford Water Commission is already 30 years out on the landscape with additional water withdrawals from the Rogue River. So the development factor going on in Medford and East Jackson County, that's there. And at some point, what will the natural resources support in terms of population for Grants Pass? Now, affordability, I will tell you quickly that I left a job 11 years ago out in the Applegate Valley on an economic development project I worked on for years. My wife has a PhD. She works at the college. She's in her 23rd year. We wanted to live in the Applegate. We couldn't afford to live there. We couldn't afford to live here on one salary. We bought in Gold Hill. We bought a foreclosure. It's nuts what we bought, because Citibank was upside down $378,000 in that house. Now, we didn't want a 3,000 square foot house, but it came with the horse barn and the 5 acres. You know, the barn was better than the 800 square feet that I lived in Williams, I can tell you that. So I would hope that what I bring to the committee, the housing committee, is a broader discussion about what we can do and how it ought to be done, a more full-throated discussion about all of the elements. But affordability is certainly there. Thank you.
I'll be quick because I think I agree with most that was said. I think that along with building smaller homes, Grants Pass can help by being ready for different building technologies. We're seeing it now in Southern Oregon, different building technologies rather than just building stick-built 2x6. We're seeing different types of modular construction, whether they be wall modular, shipped to a site, or a whole home that's modular, built in a factory and shipped to a site. We're also seeing 3D concrete printing that may be coming to Medford very soon. One of the challenges with that is how to permit it, making sure that the municipality has the capacity to know how to come out, inspect that different type of construction to permit it. And that can be challenging for a smaller community. But allowing for that permitting process and also allowing for that zoning process, one of the challenges we're running into, we're building a modular home park right now. And it's a brand new type of concept where we're a site developer of a manufactured home park. But we're bringing in modular homes built in Idaho to the site, and what it does is it allows for an affordability model for home ownership. So there's a step in between rental housing and home ownership that's very difficult. We think that one of the ways that we can do that is to take the cost of site development and land off of the cost of the home itself. So somebody owns a modular home within a park, and then pays a space rent that in our case will be fixed and affordable. That allows for somebody to get that first step into a home and build equity so that eventually that equity then can turn into a more traditional style home. But making sure that you have the capacity with both zoning and building permits as technology starts to catch up and proves itself to be cost efficient may be an important task to look into.
Thank you, panelists, for your responses to all three questions. One thing came to mind as you were finishing up was, I feel as though I'm up at the rim of Crater Lake, and I'm able to observe this amazing environment that Crater Lake has to offer. And this panel is Crater Lake. The clarity and the depth of information you provided us is online with the clarity and depth of the waters of Crater Lake. You provided us with some great information, and I feel really privileged to be able to be part of this and listen to all the information you provided. Council, I appreciate your patience. There wasn't any, I gotta ask a question right now, and so greatly appreciate that. This is now your opportunity to open up for questions, and I see the mayor's grabbing the microphone. If the mayor would like to facilitate questions from council, and council, you can ask questions, of course, to an individual specific person that sparked something, or to the general panel to respond to. So Mayor, with that, if you don't mind, I'll turn it over to you to facilitate those questions.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to agree with everything Aaron just said. A lot of experience, a lot of wisdom up on the panel today. There was something that was said earlier, and I want to make sure that I heard it correctly, and then I also want to ask you to verify that it actually is accurate. I believe it was Nathan who said that it would be potentially less expensive to build 10 single-family homes than it was for him to build the 2 fourplexes or an 8-unit complex. Did you say that, Jason? I mean, Nathan?
Yeah, from the financing perspective, how much money you have to put into the property to get it started, or into the down payment,
So
basically?
I don't understand that, I guess, if someone could elaborate.
I'll have to defer to the bankers, but I'm pretty sure a single-family home, you can get a smaller, like as little as zero, but smaller down payments than a commercial project, which I believe commercial projects tend to be like a full 30%. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I guess I'd go back to the first comments I made. It's all about cash flow. Different commercial properties have different cash flow. And so when you're doing a house, you know, we're looking at a loan to value based on what your income is outside of it. What?
Just talking to the mic.
Can't hear it. Pull it closer. Talk louder. Okay. So on a commercial property, and not just multifamily, let's say mini storage. You're going to build a mini storage. You're going to build an office building. You're going to build any type of commercial property. What it comes down to is what is the market cash flow for that property, and any commercial investor is going to be looking at how much money that property generates net of all of the expenses it has. And so when you start talking about the amount that's going to be loaned, let's say certain types of property, maybe they don't generate a lot of rent, or they have a higher expense rate, so their net income, so think of yourself as a household, has a smaller net income if you pay more taxes. Well, if you have a smaller net income for the building, and we're looking at a loan payment that's here, and we're looking at net income that's here, usually in the market you're going to want a 1.25 debt service coverage ratio. So the only way to really get that is to either have a higher rent, and that's already been established on what the market says. So now you have to either lower the loan amount, which means they put more money in, or the rate has to come down. And so, you know, quite frankly, banks are businesses, same as the builders are businesses. You're going to pick rates that you're going to hold for a prolonged period of time, regardless of what happens in the market. So you're trying to fix the right rate. So to answer the question, it sounds weird, but when you're underwriting residential, you're underwriting whatever it is you do for a living, and how, you know, whatever your 45% debt to income is a typical, which Rhonda mentioned. When you're underwriting commercial, you're looking at that project going, that project doesn't generate any income. And if that comes back to the bank, I can't sell that like I could sell a house to anyone who can afford a $400,000 house. I can't sell a building that generates a small amount of money to an investor, because they don't want to buy something that doesn't make them money. So that's what can dictate, and that may be, and I don't know where Nathan did his financing, but I'm sure they looked at it very similar to the way we do. So I think when you look at these commercial multifamily, it really depends on what that net rent is. That's going to dictate how much money they have to put. Now, if they have to put 30% in or 40% in, now you're asking that developer or that investor to put huge sums of money in, and they're going, well, gosh, I'm not getting much back on that, so it's a very small return.
I can add just a little bit to that too. So, for example, if they were building like an investment property, they would do 20% down versus the 30 to 40%. And so depending on the cost or, you know, what the loan amount's going to be, is going to be a huge difference in payments. And it also affects the interest rates. So the more money down, the lower the risk, the better the rates. And that is also true for primary residents. So the people that come in with a little bit, like first-time home buyers can get 3% through a conventional loan, 3% down. But their interest rates are typically higher because the risk level, they don't have all that skin in the game, so to speak. The one loan that does accommodate a much higher debt to income is the FHA. Now, FHA charges funding fees. Everybody's got to get their money somehow. So, but that's another way to help people, that if their debt to income is higher than that 45, we can probably go up to like 53, maybe even 54%. But our job as lenders is to set these people up for success, not failure. And when they're using over 50% of their income for housing, we are potentially setting somebody up for foreclosure. And we look really closely at that to make sure that doesn't happen.
In commercial projects, with the higher percentage of equity developer like myself and these other folks are, the higher percentage of equity that you have to put into it, like 30% down, will give an investor or a developer a short running span. So, you know, you build a development, you refinanced it after your construction costs, and you put 30% of your money into it. Okay, great. My bank account just went down. Now the next go around, I'm going to do some more investment properties, 30%. Okay, pretty soon, real quickly, the developer or investor's out of money. So if we're trying to achieve this goal of 4,000 homes in 20 years or whatever it is to produce more housing, it seems like, I understand the financial institutions have to be secure and they can't set it up for somebody to fail, but there has to be, if it was like a 10% equity position for the investor or the contractor, whoever's holding on the property, you would find that instead of building 10 units, this guy might build 30 units. And if we have that multiplied times 100 times, it makes a huge difference in how many buildings are going to be built. So again, I don't fault the financial institutions for it. It makes sense, but maybe there could be a program that could fund, let's say the financial institutions can only do 30% of a commercial investment. Well, let's find a company, maybe grants or something that can plug that hole of 20% and get the developers and the investors to invest into building more of these units, make it more attractive to have your money into it. You know, a lot of people go to work and they look forward to their retirement fund. Okay, well, investors and builders, you know, and developers don't necessarily have a retirement fund. This is a retirement fund. They have to make prudent investments that do make money. Profitability is crucial in every business there is. And so you can't set up an environment where everybody wins, but the investor is just twiddling his thumbs waiting for 30 years. He might not live 30 more years to reap the harvest of the thing being paid off or whatever. So it seems like on commercial investments, somehow, if we get to a position where the developer and the investor doesn't have to put 30% into it, can put 10% into it, 15% into it, he could double the load. He could, instead of building 10 units, he'd build 20 units. Instead of building 100 units, he could build 200 units. So I think it could help push us along on developing more property. I know when I look at a project, because we're a commercial builder and a residential builder, and I look at the commercial aspect of it, and if I'm right on the borderline and I can downsize by 1 unit and go residential, we'll do it, because now I'm talking a lot less skin in the game. Skin in the game is important, I get it, but again, to roll out more units, the less money that the developer has to put into it or the investor, the more units that are going to be built. Just a point of reference on how a developer or an investor would look at it.
Just to summarize, so Nathan, what you're saying basically is what you're talking about was essentially upfront out of pocket, not total construction costs.
That's correct. Yeah.
To get the project
so I get $1 million project done. Now, as an investor, I have to put in, or as a developer, I have to put in $300,000 of my own money. So if I had to put 15% in, I'd only have to put $150,000 in. I could build another $1 million project. Now we've got $2 million worth of projects in our community with opportunity for people to live in a house or home.
Yeah, and Rob, that was what I was referring to, was the investment upfront from the investor. But my understanding is commercial development, a larger development, when you fall under the commercial building code, is more expensive to develop also because of all the additional requirements. There was some mentioned ADA and extra fire code. Yeah. Even with the 4 units we built over there, our expenses went up a lot just because most of it was related to fire code in keeping each unit very separate, but that involves a lot of additional cost in running utilities back out into the yard and into every unit and never being able to, use the crawl space. Just things you would do in a typical house to save money, you can't do in multifamily developments.
Valerie, go ahead.
Hello? Oh, you came in. I've heard a lot about like multifamily and that. And there's always the management part of it too. That's another part that I don't know if we've really talked about, that once you get into multi-unit, you also have to have property management, and that increase, I would expect the long-term ranges. But what I wanted to go talk about, and I know I'll go back, I'll let you answer that, Bill, but duplexes. You know, how much, what's the difference about putting in terms of if you're putting money down on a duplex? I remember a time thinking several years ago they were actually being promoted because you could live in one and then your older parents could live right beside you. And there was kind of a push to say, hey, this is a great investment, is to invest in a duplex because there you can rent that out to help you pay for your mortgage. And the same with ADUs, kind of trying to promote ADUs, that there's a way to help you with your mortgage. How do you see duplexes coming into this picture?
Well, we've had just one client come to us over my 11 plus years with the company that wanted to build a duplex, and we said sure. And cost per square foot was very incremental, very small, just for the common wall between the two spaces. We needed to do a lot line vacation, which the council approved, and we built the duplex, and she's happy as heck with it. And that's exactly what happened, was her mother's on one side and she's on the other. So my understanding from working with Mr. Gerlitz for years is that when we hit about 4 units, we hit the kind of 4 to 6 unit, all of a sudden the fire code, the sprinkler code, the ADA code, all these other things fall in. And we're rebidding some houses we're going to build right now for lumber packages, but we think we've come down from about $220 a square foot with the lumber prices falling, that we might be back at about $200 to $205. But my understanding's always been that by the time we get to a fourplex, we're about 30% more per square foot or more. So we might be at $275 to $300 a square foot. And so we're back to that investment. And again, we're happy to build that. We're happy to build that unit if somebody comes to us and says, build me a fourplex. You bet. You're going to carry the construction loan. You're going to handle all of the other pieces of that, certainly.
So as far as the duplex question, there's very few that have come on the market. But it is a good option, and we've done lending where it's considered a primary residence. And so when it's 2 to 4 units, minimum down is 5%, but they can rent out that second unit to offset their mortgage payment. So it's making it affordable to where almost, you know, hey, it zeroes out my mortgage by having somebody renting it out next door or having the elderly parents live there. Once you get to 4 or more units from a lending standpoint, it is now a commercial building. And then you have the bigger down payments and so on and so forth. But the duplexes are a good idea for home ownership, to where it could make it affordable for somebody to buy it and then rent out the other half and minimize their out-of-pocket mortgage expense.
When it comes to property management, that's another thing that's changed drastically over the last 20 years. Used to be things like 24-hour notices to evict somebody for a dangerous situation or damaging a property. That 24-hour notice now takes about 60 days. You can't do anything less than that. Headlines in the paper at one time, 18 months ago, 2 years ago, Rogueview Gardens, a lady went off mentally, turned on all the water in her unit and on a Sunday, and until I could get there and get the water main shut off, she'd flooded 6 units. The police in the old days would go and break down the front door and go in. But today, they have to have a warrant. So they had to get a judge on a Sunday. So this went on for 6 hours before they had a warrant to go in that front door. So we had tens of thousands of dollars in damages. Same with smoke detectors. If smoke detectors, why does a smoke detector come down in an apartment unit? Normally, it's marijuana being smoked in the unit because it's a heavy smoke, or other drugs being smoked in a pipe of some kind, again, because it's heavy smoke. So you disconnect the smoke detector so it doesn't go off. The other thing that happens with smoke detectors, they beep. Most of you know when the battery gets dead, they beep, even your own house. They're hardwired, so they'll still work. We provide batteries. People will take them down, and until we do a unit inspection, we don't even know they're down. They don't say a word, especially on young people. So, and then the COVID thing, people not paying rent for 2 whole years. But the state of Oregon is going to step in and pay it. Oh yeah, about half of them. They don't qualify. You think we're going to collect from the people who didn't pay, who don't qualify? Didn't happen. So you eat it as a manager. 25% of all the single-family rentals in Oregon have gone off the market as rentals. And the reason for that is rent control. Rent control, we're the only state in the union that has statewide rent control. The reason for rent control was supposedly to stabilize the rental market. Well, what it's done is just the opposite. Anybody that has single families either selling them for permanent residences or going to air bubs or whatever you call them, nightly rentals, because they can make just as much money for a few nights a month, and they don't have the control that the state wants. So that's happened. That's impacted our rental market. Val and I are actually going next week, a week from Friday, to I'm a member of what's called OBI, Oregon Building Industry Association. And Oregon State Home Builders is underneath that umbrella. We're going to a conference in Bend, this very issue we're sitting here talking about today. But head of Oregon Housing will be there. Head of the Building Codes Division will be there. Head of Transportation will be there. It's about every state agency that has transportation because of the thing that everybody's suing the state over right now, Governor Brown's. So we're going to this forum in Bend, sponsored by the building industry, to bring in all the state officials to see what we can do to solve this very problem we're sitting here today talking about. So Val should have some real good information when she comes back. So, any property management questions? Trust me, I got an answer.
I would echo a little bit of that. The Housing Authority of Jackson County manages 1,500 rental units. We don't do it because it's profitable. We do it because we develop housing. We have long-term deed restrictions on the property that are associated with the funding I talked about. And most importantly, with the tax credits, we have multi-million-dollar guarantees to our investors that they're run right, and also the compliance associated with the funding is complete. So I often hear, why don't developers just build multifamily and help us out? The fact is you can develop it, but then if you're either going to, as Craig indicated, you need a buyer that wants to run a multifamily, or you develop it and you become a property manager, and they're two distinct practices. And it's complicated. Property management is not easy. The regulations continue to compound in the state of Oregon. My hat's off to any property manager that actually makes it profitable, because what we find is that on a good day, we're break even. And we're finding that more and more challenging. Just to give you an example, in the current market, our insurance principals doubled in 2 years. How do you keep up with that when you've got a fixed median income and a median rent, but you've got operating costs associated with COVID, associated with wildfires, associated with shortages that continue to escalate far faster than our median income does in this valley?
So on the property management topic, we hear a lot about this. And Oregon is right at the forefront of the problem. And it was mentioned rent control, all the other regulation that has been passed on a statewide basis that makes it harder for landlords and property managers to select who's renting their house and to get people out. And all these new regulations, although their intent was to keep rents down, they have had the exact opposite effect. And I would hazard to guess that since Oregon rent control and everything else that's passed up there that's been so pro-tenant, it's increased rents by probably 20% since all that's happened. And one of the huge problems in our housing market right now is the cost of rent and getting that back down. So reducing regulation and requirements on landlords and property managers will ultimately, you know, if that was reversed or changed, would help bring rents down as well.
I just want to clarify something. I feel special here sitting between these two gentlemen because they are the foremost, the experts in Southern Oregon on multifamily housing, hands down. And what Jason just said and what Bill has reiterated is on a good day, we're lucky to break even. And you have to put yourself in an investor's position and think, am I going to invest 5, 10, $15 million in a project for on a good day to break even? You will not. What Jason also said earlier, and Bill has told me many times in the past, is 1 out of 5 projects gets the tax credits. Is that what you said? So, but the demand is there, and if the tax credits were there, I'm assuming the projects might get built. So, you know, that's not something we can do locally. I'm assuming it's something that has to be done at the state level or the federal level. But that's something that, you know, back to the city council has political influence in the state. They could push for those kind of things. You know, figure out how to get more of those tax credits released. Figure out how to get them released in our community. I don't know, just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any other questions? Val, go ahead.
This is a question that I have, having lived with a builder for many years and watched him go from single family and getting larger all the time. Are there different requirements to build larger from a builder's perspective? I mean, do you need a higher rate of insurance? Do you need more bonding? I mean, how does that piece work as you're talking about going from single family to duplexes, triplexes, quads, and then on up to multifamily?
Large-scale development is hugely expensive. It's also more risky, and you have to have the ability to hold that risk for a longer period of time. So if I'm building a 50-unit apartment complex, I don't have rental income coming in until the project is complete. That means more construction lending. That means more bonding. On top of that, when using state and federal resources, which are almost mandatory to pull off development like that, you have a team of attorneys from start to finish that drive costs up. Multifamily residential, at least what the type that I'm doing, we're building between $300,000 and $350,000 per unit all in total development. It's the same cost as building one single family home, and that includes a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. There's 3 reasons for that. 1 is regulation, 2 are attorneys, and 3 is I lost my train of thought, but it's the cost of putting all of the government financing together to make sure that it's all underwritten with your developer, with your owner, with your banking, both on the construction and permanent side. It's highly complicated, and there's a lot of hoops to jump through to finally get to the finish line of construction. So it raises those costs up substantially, and it's not something that's easily undertaken because all in, you're talking about a $20 million project. And to convert that to the permanent loan means that you have to have that rental income coming in. So you have to have that capacity to know that you can hold on to that for at least 12 to 18 months to reach that point of being leased and having income coming in.
If I could elaborate on that just a little bit more. The application that just went on the city property, where we're partners, to get to the application stage, you will spend about $200,000. Why is that? You have to do a study to make an environmental impact statement to make sure there's never been a gas station on that lot, even though maybe it was a cow pasture. You have to make sure there's never been an Indian burial ground on that piece of property. So you do all these environmental and pre-engineering studies, application cost, application fee to the state based on per unit. Even if you don't get funded, you still pay the state for that application fee. You'll spend about $200,000 up front, not counting buying property if you buy the property outright. So a lot of people would say you're crazy to even be in that business, and maybe they're right. Val and I, owning properties that are multifamily financed by the federal government, can't sell them for a minimum of 30 years. So your ownership is at least 30 years old before you can market it to anybody else. And I admit, we're in the process of doing that right now on several projects. I'm old, it's time to get out. But the restrictions are enormous.
They're currently, the funding associated with what we're talking about requires a 60-year term of affordability, 6-0. So that's the other reason, before I lost my train of thought of why it costs so much to build, is because there's no such thing as recapitalization. There's no such thing as increasing rents, getting a new loan, and recapping the project to make sure that it's still standing up and it looks good at year 60. The only way you can achieve that is the funding is on the front end. So you better be building a first-class project. That means fiber cement siding, that means composite or fiberglass window, that means a lifetime roof, that means interior appointments, solid core doors. Because if you don't build correctly the first time, it's not going to last that 60 years. And what we're looking at is we're looking at getting over the first hump of the perm loan and then refinancing at year 30 when you have all that equity in the project. But if you don't have a 60-year plan for that project, it's not going to work. So we're not looking at just development costs. We're looking at how to sustain an affordable housing complex for a lifetime of 60 years.
Well, there's one other issue too with low-income housing now. Being sole owner and a private citizen versus a nonprofit, a housing authority, when we run out our tax write-off, depreciation or whatever, but because it's a federal loan or a state loan, I'm only allowed to take a set amount in return to owner every year. But there's more income than that. So it goes into reserve accounts, goes into a bank account to refurbish properties. That's called phantom income. I pay taxes on it personally, even though I can't get it. So that's another reason that Bill Lovelace, after 30 years, is getting rid of properties, because I'm paying income taxes on income I can't touch. So now it's discouraging lots of people from getting into my business as a private side. That's why we're now partnering with tax credit or with nonprofits, and they will end up being the long-term owner, because to own it as a private individual is not a fun thing with the law changes.
Bob?
This may be a really overly simplistic question, but is there, for a smaller project like quadplex and things of that nature, is there a formula for a percentage or an amount of SDC relief or help that the city or the city council can give a builder that incentivizes that project enough to want to move forward, even though you've got to pay additional upfront percentages to banks? In other words, is there an amount of SDC help that makes that pencil out?
I would say as much as possible. I don't have a formula necessarily on our project. If if the SCCs were half of what they were, that would have helped out tremendously.
I will say, Rob, the state codes, you probably know this, but the state codes just came down, the middle housing codes. And one of the changes that I've seen that's helped, I think will help, but we just haven't done it yet, we're starting this process in some projects, is it used to be where a duplex and a single family home were treated equally. The code was, there's a code for that, and there's a code for commercial development. Commercial is anything above that. Was in the city, on the other hand, had anything that was a triplex or bigger had to go through a land use review process. In addition to the creation of the lot it sits on, the land use review process for the triplex or quadplex or bigger. And it also used to require 30% of open space dedication. And that was a huge thing. And I don't disagree with open space in general, in the community as a whole. But when you start looking at giving up 30% of your land, it was a big deal. And with that came, ADA and things like that. My understanding of the new codes is triplexes and quadplexes now are, in essence, treated like a duplex when it comes to the land use process, which means no longer do you have to do open space. No longer do you have to do often the high dollar stormwater detention on site. They've reduced the amount of parking spaces that are required per unit down to 1, regardless of if it's a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom or whatever, or studio. So I think in that regard, some of these new changes will help triplexes and quadplexes, but then you still have the type of construction, like I said before, if you stack them, which is often on these little small lots that we deal with in Grants Pass, seems to be the only way, then they're really not affordable. And that's back to these multifamily housing projects and the cost per unit. But I'm hoping that some of these changes will help us get there on those smaller, quadplexes or less projects.
I wouldn't want to leave the council with there's no hope. I'm always looking for ways and opportunities. And just yesterday morning on CBS Sunday Morning, there was a piece called The East Brooklyn Churches. And it's really interesting to look at. It was a bunch of churches got together and worked with the city to revitalize a terrible, ugly neighborhood. And they wanted revitalization, they wanted home ownership, and they wanted to increase generational wealth. And it's really interesting when you look at the homes that were built, reminds you of row houses, but they'd be single or 2-story condos. And they started out at 60,000, and then a few years later was 120,000. But neighbors actually competed in a lottery to be able to purchase. And I know they were talking to one gal who was the secretary, I think, now, who paid 120,000, but the home is now worth 500,000. And it isn't the worth that I'm referencing, but more the process. So, the snippets are real short. I'd like to get into the partnership piece of it. But one element of it was that the city sold this organization, which I assume was a nonprofit or formed, for $1 a lot. And so they affected one of those things. They influenced the price of land. And then they got outside investors. So it's something that I'm going to work up and take to the Housing Advisory Committee and see what it looks like. So there's hope out there. There is hope.
DJ?
So, Rob, I think that's an excellent question that you just asked. It builds on to sort of a greater comment or question that I wanted to bring up. Sort of an undertone of this conversation is what I'm hearing is what I like to call incentivizing versus mandating. All the way down from local jurisdiction over to the state authority. We've used tax credits as a fantastic example, how the council can lobby the state for more tax credits. But we can also use an example of mandates that might not help the goal, such as the zoning transition overlay or minimum densities. What I would like to see is this conversation evolve into incentivizing the ultimate goal, which is adequate housing for our community, versus the conversation of mandating that goal to happen, right? And this is an open-ended question to anybody on the panel currently, but also moving forward into the future to have the conversation of what can this council do to incentivize that ultimate goal of adequate housing in the community.
Yeah, I understand the city has certain requirements with what you have a budget too. But if you have entities, Habitat for Humanity, nonprofit, I'm not sure how active they are right now. You have home bridging. If you have nonprofits that are foregoing any sort of personal benefit to build affordable housing, it seems to me that's who you'd want to partner with and come up with some sort of reduced or no cost type of fee structure for them, whether it's SDCs or permits or whatever it is. Those are the people that are kind of out there doing the work for us. And I know, I think Jason mentioned a concrete construction project that may be coming to Jackson County soon, and I think that may be the same one I'm thinking of. It's a larger project. This person and his wife are kicking in, I believe, a huge chunk of money personally, and yet I think they're probably going to be paying all the same permits and all the same costs. I hope the city's working with them on that. I don't know all the details, but these are the kinds of things when you have philanthropists coming forward, when you have nonprofits or whomever it is coming forward to help, it'd be great if you could see, get it on the rest of us, but maybe try to help them out because they're trying to help out the people that are really in need.
It's been a bit, but I recall the city getting some, there's still what am I looking for? The COVID relief funds that I don't know that you've allocated or not 100%. And then I believe the state, there was another infusion of some money. And it would go directly to, my thought, since the housing authorities are constrained by state and federal law, and 501c3s are also, but Habitat for Humanity, something along those lines, to be the landowner and to create, and a lot of people don't know this, but 501c3s can own for-profit subsidiaries. And you create that subsidiary to be your construction company, and you start to work with the college on internships, you start to work with apprenticeships for the labor unions, you start to drive the labor costs down. But if you're talking about rental income, so you take a chunk of that, you take your O&M off the top for rents, and you reinvest that back over to the nonprofit to buy more property, to invest in more infrastructure. So we're right in that low income piece. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And that's why I'm so interested in this project. And the actual title of the project is the Nehemiah Project. So if somebody wants to write that down. But I think that's possible. And most people, just quickly, the rule on the ownership is a nonprofit can own land, building, and equipment, and they can lease that back to a for-profit subsidiary at market value, but there are some exceptions under what's called the UBIT, unrelated business income, that would allow you to lower that market value for affordable housing for rental in per se. And if I understood from talking to J.R. Wheeler a couple of weeks ago about Habitat for Humanity, there are deed restrictions, because I've always wondered about the donations that went to Habitat and then how you kept that in a nonprofit function. So I think there's some things that can be worked on, but the SDCs would help to be able to work with programs that Willamette has described. And then I'm curious, and it's been a while, but there used to be community reinvestment funds that came through banks. And I know I had long conversations with Key Bank a few years back about economic development dollars tied to affordable housing and to low-income job creation. How to say that, not to create more low-income jobs, but for people that were in low-income jobs to incentivize employers for training and to upgrade kinds of things. So,
Honestly, I think COVID killed a lot of those programs. So we're hoping that as guidelines have really almost come back to normal, but a lot of the programs with the special incentivizations and everything have not come back to the table. So we're hoping that would come back soon to help people out.
Here's an idea. When you're a developer and you want to go multifamily, we've talked about fourplexes and there beyond. Why don't we have an incentive program on the permits? So I go in, I'm going to build a triplex, but I got a big lot, and I buy three $10,000 permit packages for this, or whatever I'm going to buy. Let's say it's $10,000. Well, if you go to the fourth unit, that one's free. There's no permitting cost to that fourth unit. So we're trying to get density. So let's encourage our builders and our developers to ask for more, to go for a higher density project. If that's our goal, is incentivize them by giving them either a sliding scale on the permit fees. You pay this much for the first one, you pay $10,000 first one, $8,000, $6,000, $5,000, or you just simply look at it like when I buy donuts. When I buy donuts, if I buy 6 donuts, I get a 7th one free. It's kind of a retail approach to the problem, but it would incentivize us, developers, investors, to go ahead and expand and get more density out of each property. Because I notice that seems to be our direction on the next 20 years, is to build a lot more units. So let's focus right at the counter when that developer is standing at the counter and saying, I'm thinking about building a triplex. Planner can say, why don't you build a fourplex? It'll cost you the same amount of money. We will give you the fourplex permitting for free. Might be an idea. Yeah, thank you.
I have a question for the bank. Community Reinvestment Act. What type of projects can you loan to?
It's a complex question, but basically low and moderate income. Things that, a lot of times it's business, you get credit for businesses that are developing new jobs, you get credit for, you can also get credit, quite frankly, for donating money, which a lot of times that's what our bank does. You can also get credit for donating money to certain types of things anytime it relates to low to moderate income individuals or families. Generally speaking, they've got our regulators have, it's a pretty complex test they use to determine who you're lending to, how much of it's small business. There is I have to pull it out every 3 years when we have our exam, and it's got like 15 or 20 different. You guys are laughing down there, but it's true. Yeah, it's like there's so many things on the list that can fit it. You have to go through and plug it into each one. It can also be any sort of housing for low to moderate income. And in that that CRA credit is essentially you're looking for some sort of adequate, or if you do well, you get outstanding rating on that. It's a lot of different things that can fit into that.
I brought that up because Community Reinvestment Act is basically every lending institution has to take a percentage of their income and donate it back to the community in some kind of form to meet regulatory law. And I've been with Evergreen on 3 projects, I think, 3 or 4, and with Umpqua Bank on probably a half dozen, where they lowered the interest rate on a loan but they get a benefit from the feds for doing that. So just another thing that you might talk to your local banker about.
One other thing that Gail Atkins, who was supposed to be here at Bill's Filming for, had mentioned recently was, and also back to the bankers, is buy downs, interest rate buy downs. And I don't believe that she said that it affects, I know you can't donate to a down payment to get someone to qualify, but if I understand correctly, there might be a way to actually donate interest rate buy downs, whether it comes from the jurisdiction or somebody else. Is that a fair statement?
That is a very fair statement. So basically what the buyer has to come in, minimum investment or out-of-pocket cash from them, their own funds, is the down payment. So whatever that down payment would be, whether it's 3, Now, you can get a seller credit, and it just depends on what type of loan program. For example, like an FHA loan program, the seller can credit up to 6% of the purchase price towards their closing costs and prepaids. There's also another program that recently came out, and it's called a 2-1 buy down, and it has to be a seller paid credit. And what the 2-1 buy down is, let's say the interest rate that the buyer qualifies for today is 6%. The 2-1 buy down is for the first 12 months, it's 4% interest. The next 12 months, it's 5% interest, and then it goes back to the original qualifying 6% interest. But it has to be a buyer or a seller paid credit. And that can save thousands of dollars per year, depending on the purchase price of the home.
Is there any way that it could be someone other than the seller?
No, it has to be seller. Now, the realtors the developers can also contribute some funds towards the closing costs. And but nobody other than the buyer can come up with or gift money for the down payment, because then that's what it would be considered buying their business when you give them money. In the past they could, now we can't since the Dodd-Frank Act came out. So it's the skin in the game for the buyers.
Thanks.
Council, do we have any other questions? Vanessa?
Thank you all for being here today. We've heard just short of the stars aligning that it's very difficult for multifamily projects to pencil out, and we also know that there's issues with wide swaths of land availability in our community and topography issues. It seems as though infill projects with smaller homes could be a solution to both the cost of infrastructure and the topography issues that we face. How could the council incentivize more infill projects?
I look at a lot of infill projects. It tends to be, half of our projects are what most people would consider infill projects because of the small chunks of land that we have. And hands down, the things that cost too much money are shortage of infrastructure and shortage of frontage improvements. So if you look at a project and on the surface, when you look at it on a map, you go, oh, that's an acre of land or a half acre of land or a quarter acre of land for that matter. There's a reason most of the time that those projects are sitting in the middle of our city undeveloped, and it's almost always comes down to shortage of infrastructure. So if we can come up with a system or a program with city contributions in some fashion or offsets with not paying SDCs and permit fees, it would help with that. Because I get, for 20 years I've looked at the same lots in Grants Pass over and over and over. People come into town, something goes on the market, they get stars in their eyes, they come into somebody like me and they say, I think I found something, tell me everything you know about it. And I always go, geez, there's no sewer on that whole street, or there's no water, or it's all downhill, or there's no road frontage improvements, and it's a really, really long, thin lot, where you have 1,000 feet of road frontage improvements. These are perfectly good lots within the city that we need to develop. The whole idea of them being in the city limits and the urban growth boundary is so they get developed, but they don't. And until such a time the stars align, like you said, and land costs go so high relative to infrastructure costs, which we haven't really seen, they won't without some kind of incentive. And I think, in my mind, that's where it would help a lot with the infill projects.
I agree with that. I think that I'll answer your question as well as Councilor Frazier's question in the same, is you want to be able to incentivize that infill development because you don't get a cost efficiency towards it. But there are people that just want to do that. They want to build a triplex, they want to build a duplex, they want to build that middle income, but that's costly and there's a lot of upfront costs. So one of the ways to do that, again, I mentioned it earlier, was an urban renewal agency or an urban renewal district through tax increment financing. One of the incentives that the city can look at is essentially start to gobble up some of the land within an urban renewal district and start putting a low price tag on those land to incentivize developers to pick them up to start doing that infill development. And you ask, well, where does that money come from? Right now, when you have an unutilized lot in city limits or within an urban renewal district, which usually has its own way to assess tax values, you're not making any money on the property tax by it sitting there vacant. So if you can incentivize that development, it gets developed, and all of a sudden you have property tax coming in, and you have the ability to then back fund your investment and then keep that rolling through that tax increment financing in your URA. And I think that's an underutilized tool in a lot of communities.
So using these properties that you've seen over and over again as an example, what's preventing a piecemeal application? Hey, we have this lot, it doesn't have sewer or water, it will never be utilized until it does. To come to the city and say, here is a perfect example of incentivizing development. I know about this lot. It needs these things, and it doesn't pencil without those things. As we all know, the council has the ability to utilize some stale land building funds. We have this construction excise tax, and we are kind of sitting in limbo of what do we do to incentivize these. I would identify that as being a perfect opportunity for council to pounce on and incentivize a triplex or a quadplex on just a funny lot that's never penciled because of infrastructure reasons. Infrastructure is a great incentive, and it's a great use of stale LB funds or whatever revenues the city can get together. Is there something that's preventing a piecemeal approach rather than sort of a programmed approach? If you meet these requirements, we can incentivize. I would imagine a circumstance if there was examples that were coming across the desk that council could look at or otherwise, they might be able to select some projects that you or other experts in the community know about to get these things going. Because infill, as you know, has been a popular conversation for decades at this point. So has that ever really been a consideration of the development community to look towards even just an individual ask on one lot for incentives, as an example?
I think the barrier with that is not having do you truly believe as an investor that the city would help you with this enough so that you would invest your own money to get to the point where you can say, right, because every time I've gone to council and asked for a reimbursement on some kind of piece of infrastructure, upsizing is a very common one. The city master plan says I got to put a 12-inch water main in, but the city says I only have to pay for an 8-inch. That's a great program, by the way. But I have to get to a point where I have a project, I have 3 bids, which is very difficult to get sometimes, three bids, especially if I'm just doing compare the numbers kind of bids. And then I have to usually go to a guy like me to put together a presentation and present it to council. So that costs real money in real time. And most people won't commit that kind of money unless they tie up a piece of property with an offer, because somebody else can come in and buy it the next day and they've lost all their investment. So somehow we would have to get it to where an investor and myself counseling an investor could be confident enough to know that there's a really good opportunity, a really good chance that the city would contribute that shortage, that missing component. So that'd be my feedback on it.
All right, it's been a great discussion, but I think we're winding down on our questions here and kind of come into the end of our time. I just want to thank you all for being here today. Really appreciate your expertise and candor with us. And I hope it's been useful for the whole council. And we don't have a particular action item today, but good background. Affordable housing has been a major challenge here. And we appreciate your help as we go forward, trying to battle this and get some action done so that we can find more places for people to live at affordable prices. Did you have something, Aaron?
Just as a follow-up, like I mentioned, Karen did make some notes, and we'll put those in writing and get those out to everyone who participated today, just so you have a general idea of what the comments were associated with each question. And again, I want to thank council for your direction in establishing this type of discussion, which I think was very valuable. Sounds like they're doing these type of discussions at state associations also. And thank you, panelists, for your time and your valuable information. And then I'd also like to thank our neighborhood specialist, Amber, for helping with putting this panel together and everything. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks to staff for your help and council for your patience in trying something new here today with our tables turned. I'm going to have us take a recess until 2:30, and then we have more meeting to convene. Take a break. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to move on. We have some other items on the agenda today. So we have a funding request from the Allcare Community Foundation regarding a warming cooling center, and Amber Neek is here to present.
Hello, Council. So this is a request for funding regarding the Grants Pass Shelter / Navigation Center that is on Ramsey. And this is a shelter, it's a low barrier shelter, emergency shelter with a capacity of 25. And the shelter is currently Grants Pass's only low barrier shelter. The Grants Pass shelter is currently operated by Rogue Retreat. And we met with UCAN, Allcare, Rogue Retreat, and a couple other players a couple times. And UCAN has currently agreed to fund the shelter through October. Previously, they were set to expire funding on September 23rd. So UCAN has stepped up to agree to fund the shelter through October, as well as pay the lease with Kairos through the end of the year. UCAN is willing to be a partner for ongoing funding if the shelter can show how it plans to make up the remaining funding gap with a funding plan for the next 2 years. In our meetings with the interested parties, Allcare Community Foundation has stated that they're working with Rogue Retreat to help them stabilize. Some of the things they're doing is helping them to identify other funding sources, as well as working to identify potential concurrent shelters and shelter providers. They're doing various other things to work with Rogue Retreat to help them stabilize as well. And I do have some representatives from Allcare here to answer any questions after I'm done speaking. One potential option that was brought before this group that we met with was this 3-month extension of shelter operations. October is what UCAN is taking over now. That leaves November and December that still needs to be funded. This can stretch the shelter through to some potential funding, ongoing operations fundings that they have applied for through grants. The monthly cost they've estimated to be approximately $40,000 per month of operations. And this group that we've met with has committed to continue to meet on a regular basis every 2 to 3 weeks to discuss the long-term funding solutions for the Grants Pass Shelter Navigation Center until this is stabilized. And then I have JC with some of the... Oh, I didn't even go through the slides. I got so excited. Well, now I'm ready for you.
All right, now I get the fun job to tell you that this wasn't budgeted for, and there are no real operating funds. It's early enough in the fiscal year where there's not really enough identified financial savings of where we would pull this from, and there's not really a long-term solution. So again, just kind of going over these are funding options, not necessarily solutions, and we're going to have to take potentially from somewhere else in order to fund this. So just to kind of start off, we have the DAS money for affordable housing. That is the $1 million. Obviously, you've kind of pegged that for a potential land or infrastructure kind of purchase. So for you to use those monies, that decreases that opportunity. I kind of wanted to put in here too, you did just give $1,500 for Public Art of the Month. You could, in theory, piecemeal $8,500 out of that and then not give any more committees for the rest of the year. There is always the general fund contingency. Obviously, in taking the general fund contingency, you're going to take fund balance, and that's less money that we have to start the next year, which potentially we would have to put any of those funds back to start and meet fund balance policy. We could potentially take an interfund loan, and I will tell you these ideas are basically all the things at your disposal, so I realize none of these are great. You could take an interfund loan from the example would be from the equipment replacement fund, where the general fund potentially would have to pay that back over time at 1.9%, which is the current LGIP rate. We do have the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA money. It's all allocated, and you would need to potentially remove some of those monies from one of those line items into another. And as a reminder, hopefully I can pull this back up from our website. Maybe, is that feasible? Just as a reminder, this isn't 100% up to date, as we did just give $2.1 million of the eligible water capital projects for the water treatment plant as far as a transfer to help backfill the site preparation of the new water treatment plant. And so as a reminder, here are the potential areas that you could move from. As I understand it today, none of the other dollars are actually spent. So you do have that opportunity to reallocate. I'll just leave this here for just a little bit so you can reacquaint yourself with the list. And here's some LB projects potentially that you could take from that have some unrestricted funds through various different avenues. So you have the Beacon Park. It has about $410,000 of unrestricted general fund contributions. There's LB 8580, which is the community building. That has a $150,000 trust in it. But over the years, it's earned about $100,000 in interest that is unspent that could potentially be reallocated. And then I have these red highlighted projects, which are probably not the greatest of ideas as well. So there's the surplus property sales, where yes, you do have general fund contributions there, but the intent for the surplus property sales was to provide resources to help incentivize affordable housing or other housing needs as determined by a housing action plan that will be developed over the next year. So obviously in taking some of these funds, you decrease the potential projects and or the potential other land and or acquisition of land potential for affordable housing, what we're talking about. There's Dollar Mountain. There are funds in here. However, there are some plans for an application for an ORPA LGGP with the request large enough to complete all trails on the city portion. That's a 50% match, and the city would be planning to give about $330,000. I do have Josh here to answer any of these kind of parks question of what we're planning and doing in the future. And then there's also the current Crescent parking lot, which is about a $120,000 project with 80% or $80,000 in Title II grant funds. There is LB 6189 that has park improvement projects. So we just approved the $180,000 pickleball courts. There's the skate park repairs that are already pegged in these amounts of $115,000 to $130,000. There's the RVP playground between about $450,000 and $475,000, which we're planning on doing another 50% grant match, which the city portion would be about $225,000 to $240,000. And then the lighting project, which I think we just got a better estimate, which that is about half of that money, closer to about $32,000. So there's money in there, but in theory, you would be having to remove a project potentially. The LB 6393, Restore Replace Caveman Pool. It is on the list as it has unrestricted funds. However, we have a current RFP out for the pool design. We're currently scoring those RFP responses. The estimated costs of about $150,000 to $180,000. Plan to bring to council in October or November for the acceptance. So our call to action date, the Grants Pass shelter is being funded by UCAN through October. Your alternatives are obviously approve the requests to fund the shelter for 1 to 3 months at $40,000 per month. We would need to identify those resources, approve the requests in the amount identified by council. Again, identify where you would like that funding to come from, deny the funding request, or move to an additional workshop. If there are any questions, I'm sure we have a plethora of people out here in the crowd to answer whatever those questions may be.
Thanks. It looks like Rick has a question.
Thank you, JC. The shelter, when it was in operation, or it still is in operation, how many, the capacity was 25 per night. So during the course of 1 month, how many people actually stayed in the shelter? Do we have figures on that?
That'd probably be a better question from somebody in the audience.
Came up here and turned it off. So I know that there's 14 people in there right now. I couldn't speak to the daily average for the last several months.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Joel?
Yes, I just had 3 questions. And we need them answered in terms of our own accountability to the citizens and accountability to boards of nonprofits and to each other. So we need to be transparent in that, and we are. Rogue Retreat had some financial difficulties. And there evidently was a lack of planning, or the plan wasn't a good plan, or we didn't monitor the plan effectively enough to avoid the place that we're in right now. So as we generally don't have the funds of the 80 nonprofits or so in Grants Pass that deal with this issue. We don't have the funds generally to fund operating costs. If any of the nonprofits have a plan that falls short. And so before we have this bridge, which seems like a reasonable request and it's a needed service, I need to ask on behalf of the nonprofit itself, is there a good plan? Is there a plan going forward, a budget, those kind of things? Is it a good plan? And then is it working? And the working, if it's a working plan, that then means that we monitor it, and then there's some type of monitoring that we know it's working, so that we don't throw good money after bad because it was a bad plan, or it's not working, or something. And I know that's in the interest of everybody here that it works. So the 3 questions I have is, does Allcare have a plan? Is it a good plan? And how do we know that it's going to work? And how are we going to monitor it so that it's working?
So I think I forgot to say Sam Engel last time I came up here. There is a plan, and the plan partially put out here. UCAN has funding through the end of October. We've applied for $189,000 in grant funding that would see the program through several months of operations. And then once we get into 2023, there's additional ESG emergency shelter grant dollars that UCAN is willing to commit, as well as the out of the cold dollars that the county will get, that are dollars that are currently being used to run the shelter now. Going back a step to address an earlier comment, UCAN had agreed to fund this program up through June. They were able to allocate additional funds to run the program out close to the end of the year. The initial intention of this program had been a bridge itself, to lead us into something like an urban campground. The urban campground's not happening for a lot of reasons, but the shelter had initially been intended to end and lead into another program. There are other programs that are in the works now. The most probably the most relevant of those is the application for Project Turnkey grant that would purchase motels and Grants Pass to be converted into more stable, longer-term housing. And then the connection between the shelter itself and Foundry Village is very important, because they share case management staff, but more importantly, they share management staff. That would be Lisa. And we want to make sure that if the shelter goes away, that we don't lose Foundry Village. And one of the best ways that we can ensure that is by keeping the shelter open. And so this then becomes part of the plan itself, is to keep the shelter open, especially through the end of the year, so that there's additional funding available. In short, yes, there's a plan. Yes, I think it's a good plan. And then for accountability, the community would be happy to meet this body's requirements for that accountability. We'd be happy to come down here every week and talk about what's going on, what's changed, what's happening, or every 2 weeks, submit a report, whatever would make the most sense to council.
So then, good job, Sam.
Thank you.
And I respect you and what you do. So in the plan, do you actually have a budget?
Right now, the budget we're working with has been submitted by Rogue Retreat. It's approximately $40,000 a month. And I don't have that in front of me to break down
Sure,
those costs,
okay,
but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Val? Use my microphone. Anyway, no, yeah, I think this is great. I'm going to refer back to the letter that we got in August, I think it was, when you first said, and I'm assuming since then you've had more discussions, and so, because originally when we were coming today, there was the September 12th deadline, so that's still there or not there, or, I mean, you just want to have some sort of a commitment? Is that what we're
Yeah, so
talking?
the deadline for funding, I believe, is this Friday. If there hasn't been a bridge funding identified, then the program will shut down on September 23rd, and that gives Rogue Retreat a week to get out so that they can meet their other obligations to their landlord. Starting last Friday, Rogue Retreat stopped taking intake of new people into the building.
Okay.
Long-term, that will impact their ability to continue receiving case management payment, which helps pay their bills to keep open.
Okay, so I just kind of was, because that's kind of what I was working around, the fact that, of that letter was the fact that bringing people together, because it was my understanding that in a sense you were looking at the DAS funding as being a source by which we could look at using that for the survival mode right now, because that's what we really need to do, is we've got to keep Foundry Village going, and we really need to keep the shelter that we have now, because they're up and operating. If we were to shut them down and try to bring them up, that's going to be a whole nother ball game, and that would be somewhat disastrous. Am I correct? Or
I do believe it would be. It took about 4 months to get the shelter open last time, and you're looking at a minimum of $25,000, probably just in upfront costs to restart something once it's shut down. And then, of course, we've had the community and large numbers of people in the community from many different organizations working to get something like a shelter open since at least 2018.
Oh.
And while we're looking at long-term sustainable solutions or owned solutions, like a navigation center, I think in the short term, especially going into colder months, we really want to make sure that we don't take a step backwards as a community.
And I do have a question. I do know that the turnkey money from the state was supposed to, at any time, or I think it was like a month ago or 3 weeks ago, they were supposed to announce that. Are they close to giving us an idea whether there will be what that money entails? And I know that's not for these shelters. I know that's a whole nother ask, but it's a piece of the puzzle. And so there's a part of me thinking that might be a piece of the puzzle that also may need some more funding from the city. And so that's what I'm trying to look at in terms of how much of financial commitment, we may be making if that comes down as well.
Just like Jed, that announcement's later this month, isn't it?
Jed Keller from ACCF. Our application is under consideration. They pushed, OCF pushed back their dates because of, I think they had some COVID issues, et cetera. They are supposed to respond to us by this week, September 15th, as to who has passed the phase 1 starting of possible applications.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my last question, and then I'll move on, was just that I'm just trying to understand. So you're looking at, for this particular one, is it 40,000? Because on one place it says it will each pay 40,000 for 3 months, and then it says somewhere else that UCAN has stepped forward and said they'll pay the rent on the building. So what is this particular ask? I just want to kind of get a number.
This particular ask was to make available some portion of up to $100,000 of the DAS grants or other funding as directed by the city that could be used for bridging the gap to keep the shelter open. And we do have other funding sources available as well, including Allcare Health is willing to entertain grant options. ACCF has contributed some money towards the shelter already. And then, of course, UCAN has already stepped in. Thank you.
Rick?
So I have a legal question. with the city of Grants Pass, if we're looking at moving forward with funding the operations, how much exposure are we putting ourselves on liability or even obligations?
Sort of a difficult question to answer on the fly, but my first inclination is that it'd be similar to the grant agreement that we had set up with ACCF for the urban campground. So it would be 1 degree removed. We'd be essentially granting this money to ACCF for payment of the shelter. So it would be kind of the same arrangement. So it's as low, again, I don't want to give you a full-throated answer, but that's kind of the same arrangement.
Thank you.
Brian?
Thanks for being here. This question's for you again, Sam. Sorry. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this funding puzzle, because it sounds like UCAN is going to be able to sustain the shelter through October. And then after the first of the year, there's some other potential funding sources that are going to be available to help in 2023. So really, are we really looking at a November, December gap here?
I would look at this as November, December gap, and then looking into January, because I'm not sure exactly when the state funding becomes available after the first of the year. But yes, essentially. And then also to the question of where the funding would go, I would suggest that goes to the operator, whether that operator is UCAN or ACCF or Rogue Retreat. But to consider that funding for the operator rather than a specific operator as we're figuring those details out still.
Okay, and then also it sounded like UCAN was going to be able to pay for the lease of the facility through the end of the year, which I understand is a fairly significant chunk of that monthly cost, maybe 20%. So that would reduce the ask even a little bit more, potentially?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Sam, I just got one more question. I apologize. Well, I don't apologize. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here.
I have a desk job. I need my steps.
Yeah, we don't need to, we just need to share with each other. So who is, in the plan, who is the management entity going forward? That's yet to be determined, is that correct?
Most likely the management entity will be Rogue Retreat through the end of October, and then that will shift over to another entity. UCAN has expressed interest.
Okay, so then it may be UCAN or it may be another third party yet undetermined?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the other thing I was wondering is there any flexibility in terms of us funding infrastructure rather than operating costs, that we fund the rent rather than the operating costs?
I think that would be a possibility. However, the rent has already has a payer in mind, somebody who's willing to cover those costs. I would say that the highest and best use of city funding would be uncovered costs at this point. And then if whatever portion of the DAS or other funds that are left over go into some form of permanent infrastructure for the shelter at a later time when that's identified.
So is there any flexibility at all for the city's funds? I'm kind of leaning towards the ARPA funds, but that's a discussion. But would be for infrastructure that would help to alleviate and be a valid part of your budget and your plan going forward, and allow us to keep that integrity with the city budget?
That's a question I'd probably want to ask to the leaseholder.
Okay. Okay.
Or to the other funders, but that would be, I think, a good conversation to have, is whose dollars are the most flexible in which places.
Sure, okay. So then, yet to be determined is it a good plan, which means we monitor it and how it's going. And you say, well, that's kind of up to us. So I'd like that to kind of be a mutual thing so that there's no surprises to either side. We can't do that on the fly here, you know, with me up here and you down there, or you up there and me down here. And so we need to think about how we want to do that, and it's yet to be determined. So we have the operator yet to be determined, and we have the monitoring plan yet to be determined. And then possibly with the infrastructure versus the operating cost, there might be some flexibility, but that's yet to be determined.
And we'd be happy to offer coming down to the Monday workshop every week for as long as that's valuable to do a report on what's working, what's not working down at the shelter.
Sure, I understand that, and I appreciate that. I would hope that that's not what it would take, but it would be some kind of thing that's efficient for you and for us, and doesn't take any more time than what it needs to, but yet it accomplishes what both you and the city needs.
We do have a 90% complete operating budget for the shelter. It's pending information that we need to collect from Rogue Retreat, but the items that will support that $40,000 a month of expense is line item in terms of personnel costs, supplies, rent, all the line items that would be easy to monitor, to check on the progress there. I feel, having met with the site manager and reviewed the history of that, I feel comfortable that that $40,000 number is in the 90% accurate with a few minor adjustments.
Sure, that sounds great. So it sounds like the monitoring may be just a monthly submittal of expenditures and then maybe a monthly projection of incomes along with the budget.
Yes.
So that we know that we're on track and that everything's going the way it should be and there wouldn't be any surprises. And sounds like you as a board member are doing your job, which I appreciate.
Well, ACCF has a good track record, both in doing Foundry Village and our work with Illinois Valley on getting money and keeping track of it. So
Yeah.
we'd be very, very happy to, do that on a monthly basis, track against the budget, both income and expenses.
Sure. At a minimum, I think that's probably would be both our benefits that any proposal that we would do. Does that seem reasonable to you?
Definitely.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Okay, thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, Joel, thanks for your thoroughness on that. So just a brief question. I don't know if there's anybody here that can answer it, but we're being told that UCAN will be relied on in the future or is a potential contributor to the success of this project, and yet a month ago, no one in this room could even reach UCAN in any way, shape, or form. Is there anyone that can shed any light on what happened to them and why they've magically reappeared?
I can tell you that UCAN went through some significant high-level staffing changes about a month and a half ago, and that their CEO, Sean Pritchard, who's based in Douglas County, has been spending a lot more time on the ground in Josephine County.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, looks like we don't have any more questions. So I'll just turn it over to council for discussion. Thoughts? DJ?
Sure, my thoughts are, here, I'll tell you what my thoughts are. So the DAS money requested out of that 1 million, this will in effect reduce the capacity in the future if we want to do what we had planned to do with that money, which would be heretofore an urban campground. Furthermore, that agreement was pretty explicit that contract specified no operation costs. And here we are surprised by an ask to subsidize operation costs of something that is dissociated from the urban campground. I find that a little disheartening as far as the ability of the organizations that are asking for these monies to operate in our community. Other revenue sources, I would not be willing to make any of those sacrifices as demonstrated, but I understand, JC, thank you for letting us know where the money is. I have a fundamental and foundational issue with this request, in that we are, as a council and a governing body, and not a social service organization under what we're talking about here. Yes, we provide police and public safety, and that's, yes, can be considered a social service because we have been established as a governing board by the constituents to provide those services. We have not, however, been instructed or asked by the constituency to provide these kinds of social services. I mentioned this in strategic planning earlier this year. I proposed a levy that the council could say, hey, if we would like to do this, let's garner some revenue and let's support these social services. It was scoffed at, laughed at as just a very poor idea, which I agree with. We then put on the parking lot amongst ourselves to say we need to establish where the council lies in regards to social services. What kind of revenues could we spend, should we spend, I think is the most important question. We have yet to do that. This council does not have a unified idea about where we stand as far as supporting social services, what kind of revenues, or should we even be doing this. So where do you draw the line as far as what does the council do for social services? 4 weeks ago, we established, okay, we have DAS money, we're going to contribute that in a fashion of garnering a property for urban campgrounds. And now we have an entirely different set of circumstance that is directly linked to operational costs. So where do we stand? Where do we draw the line? And right now, sitting here, I do not have the permission of our constituents to be spending any taxpayers' money on this. If I were to have that position, if I were to have that voice, this would be an entirely different conversation. Now, we do allocate CDBG monies. That's a great program that's allocated down to us that we decide this is how we're going to fund social services. This is way above and beyond that duty that council has undertaken. So without more information, more budgeting, all I see at this point is promises and assurances that we have received in the past that are identical in nature, that all we need is $40,000 a month for a couple months. Well, I don't know that, nor is it my job to look at your books and try to assist or help you in how to operate these, including but not limiting to divvying out taxpayer money for the cause. Now, I'm not arguing whether or not there's merit to your organization. I think you do wonderful work. I have respect for every one of you who does this kind of work. But I must draw the line of the duty of council and being the warden of taxpayers' money and saying that I can't align with this request. I just can't.
Brian.
Thank you. One of the great things about city council is that every councilor is different and that every councilor runs in different circles and has different spheres of influence. And when I look at, having Foundry Village up and running and having the shelter up and running now, both of these facilities are things we didn't have a year ago. And they're both great moves for our community, things that are needed. And we need more, not less. And what I hear from my constituents is that these things are doing good in our community, and they're moving, we're moving through some of the problems that we face as a community by having these services and expanding these services. So my constituents that I hear from would absolutely say that we need to keep these going, and I agree that there is a line with regards to the city's role funding these on an operational basis, but this seems to be a gap funding issue. It sounds like it's just a couple of months, and there are other funding sources identified for after that gap, and the city has funds that are specific that we have been given to use for things like this. We have the ARPA money, we have the DAS grant, and so we are equipped to handle this issue very easily for these organizations, so we have continuity of our homeless services going into the winter, which is arguably the most important time to have them. So regarding how to fund it, if we took, for example, if we used ARPA money to fund this gap, we could essentially just shave 1% off of everything that we funded with ARPA, and that would give us $72,000. 1.5% off of each line item would be $108,000. So we could take a nominal amount off of everything that's funded through ARPA that, 1% wouldn't really affect any one item, and take care of this issue. So that would be my suggestion. Thanks.
Joel.
You know, I could support that issue, Brian, and it is a needed service in the community. I just want to bring up to everybody's awareness, there was recent grants from Measure 110 came to the community. Statewide, there was $301 million worth of grants. And Grants Pass got more than its fair share, so the social services are increasing in Grants Pass, even if this shelter ceased to exist. And they include a housing component. The different people that it went to the behavior resource or health resources services. It went to Max's Mission, Grace Roots, dealing with pregnant people, HIV Alliance, On Track Options, Family Nurturing Center, On Track, and their in-house treatment centers and temporary housing, which should be a big benefit to the community, mental health and addictive treatment. So congratulations to those nonprofits that are making that work. With regards to the stopgap funding and all the unknowns and it's not Allcare's total responsibility that there are all these unknowns about who's going to take over and where the future grants are coming from and some important unknowns. Given the nature of the ARPA money for that amount, I think it's worth a worthy investment, but with the stipulation that as much of that is spent on infrastructure as possible within your budget, and also that it is stopgap, and this is not an expectation that this is going to be ongoing. One of the things that I'm worried about, or not worried about, but concerned about, is we got 80 nonprofits. So we got one nonprofit that's well connected to the city council. Does that mean they get funded and the other ones don't? I mean, that's a legitimate question. And how do you decide which nonprofit is worthy of the city council to support? Is it because you got the ear of me as a counselor that all of a sudden you get the money and Family Nurturing Center doesn't? And so that's a little, policy-wise, that's a little, I struggle with that a little bit, and I think we probably all do. So if we can be assured that it's a temporary stopgap measure, if we can use the ARPA funds, I would use it from the one dealing with housing, because this is part of the housing issue, but the one, I mean, it's not that big a deal either way. I would do that along with the monitoring, the weekly monitoring or monthly monitoring of the budget, so that we make sure that we're back on track and that everyone has a firm understanding that this ends at the end of the 3 months. And that it's a lifeline for one nonprofit in Grants Pass, and you have some connections to the city council, that the city council is making that exception for you as a nonprofit.
Valerie, then Rick.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle. I feel that we should not use the ARPA funding because there are so many strings attached to the ARPA funding in terms of federal government. The state money, the DAS money, was specifically spent down from the state for homelessness housing. That's what it was for. It was kind of like to help out that population. So I believe that the shelter that's running and the amount of money that this community has put forth in the effort to get Founder Village up and running, that basically was built by our community. And to the fact of even thinking that we would lose that, to me, is well worth, you know, I'm kind of with Brian. I hang with a lot of people who really do want us to have some sort of a shelter. So I do believe in a business plan. I do believe this is a gap funding. I personally think that if we do get the opportunity, as I think we may, for the turnkey projects, because that is something we haven't gotten, that I know from watching the turnkey projects that came to other communities, there was more money that needed to be put into the infrastructure of it. And so I think that may also be something we need to look at in the future to get those usable. So I would suggest using the DAS, the state money, and giving it, like I said, a firm, they come to us with a budget, we give them up to, but it has to be budgeted and checked off, $100,000. And so that would be my recommendation, is to go ahead and back it. Know that it is a stopgap, a gap funding, that there needs to be accountability so that we need to see it. But to me, it's well worth keeping the shelter that we have, or navigation center in a sense, and Foundry Village moving forward. And then knowing that we may also have some more money if something turnkey comes to the community from the state.
Rick?
I support the comments that DJ has made, that I feel this is a needed service, but I'm really very hesitant on going into this arena of funding operations. I feel it's opened the door, and I'm not comfortable with that. Thank you.
Kurt?
I also think that DJ brought up some strong points, and I acknowledge those. I do think, though, our community looks to us to make good decisions for our community, and that's really our role. And I think that keeping the shelter open is something that we all, in some way or another, want to do. We just have to find the right way to do it. And I think the state money, while I think Brian's solution is an elegant solution, I think the state money is given to us to achieve that purpose, and we haven't found the right way to use it. I think this would be the right way to use it, so I would support using the state money for the stopgap. And to go along with Joel's thought, I mean, to not want to get into this being an ongoing thing, well, that's really up to us. If we say we're only going to do this for the 3 months, that's it, and we just agree to it.
That to them, so they can plan appropriately.
Turn on your mic, Joel. Anybody else? Rob?
So the shelter pays rent to Kairos, is that correct? Okay.
Yes, it is. Kairos owns the building.
So this, I really wish I had more details to throw at this, but, and probably this goes back prior to the memory of anyone in this room, but the city, about 10 years ago, I believe, granted Kairos a tremendous accommodation. It may have been for purchase of that building, or I'm trying to remember, but we were very, very generous, the city was, with Kairos. And it kind of irks me a little bit to think that we're going to now be giving money back that we'll eventually see to the tune of $12,000 a month back to them. And I don't remember if it was that particular building or not. I think it was that building, but we were very generous with regards to our interaction with Kairos. And Aaron may remember that. He may be the only one in the room that actually remembers. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, Council Riker and I were for sure present for that. The city did sell to Kairos at a discounted market price the property that we're talking about.
And now we would be going back, thank you, we would be going back, sorry Rick for forgetting that you were there too. So we'd be going back after selling their property to them at a discounted rate, we'd be going back and basically paying market rent back to them. That to me just seems very, very one-sided and greedy on Kairos's part, quite frankly.
I just wanted to comment. So up until this month, I believe Kairos was actually renting that to them at a loss. And so starting this month is the first month they're starting to bring that rent up just so that they're not operating at a loss. But I believe they're just matching the cost it keeps to uptake the building, if I'm correct. I'm getting nodding heads, so just to clarify that part.
Well, is it $12,000 a month? Is that the rent? Because if they have no mortgage, because we gave it to them for cheap, I'm not sure how $12,000 a month would be the carrying cost.
I can't speak to Kairos's budget, but I can say that amount that's been discussed for the lease moving forward is $12,500 a month, and I do believe that includes utilities.
Well, and it sounds like what the city gave was the property and not the building.
What would you say, Sarah?
The city provided the property, but not the building. Further questions,
Well, I guess
discussion?
the comment that I had, it's still, it's very unclear to me, and it does seem to be, I don't feel great about Kairos charging that amount of rent. Now, we gave the property, it was a substantial gift that the city gave Kairos. I don't see generosity coming back, but maybe that's just not me seeing it. But with regards to DJ's comments, which I, in essence, could agree with all of, I also think that the City Council, one of our jobs is to handle unforeseen circumstances, whatever they may be. And this, unfortunately, is an unforeseen circumstance, certainly unforeseen by the council. So it's, while you make a lot of good points, it's also our job to, again, deal with things as they come up. And this has unfortunately fallen on our lap at this point.
Brian?
So just regarding the funding source, I know Valerie brought up the DAS funds, and my concern with using that pot of money is that it diminishes our future ability to make a bigger move with that money, whether it's a land purchase or whatever we decide to do, because originally we were going to use that money for an urban campground property, and that's not happening now. However, by using the ARPA money and by taking 1 or 1.5% off of each line item, all of those projects are sustained, and we're able to sustain the full amount of the DAS funding. So we have a better capability once we do find a property. So a shelter doesn't have to lease a property for $12,500 a month. It puts us in a better position to do that while still keeping everything whole. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then, I mean, I'll go ahead and make a motion to...
I guess I just wanted to find out about the ARPA funding, because if it's an operating expense, I don't know if that's something that we can use the ARPA funding for. So I just want clarity on that. That's basically what I'm saying. Where is the clarity on that? To me, I just remember thinking that the state money had a lot less strings attached, and that there's a lot of strings attached on reporting and what the money could be used for ARPA as opposed to the DAS. So clarification.
Yeah, so DAS has, excuse me, DAS has a lot less strings. I wouldn't have brought it to you with an option if it wasn't an actual option that we could use. So ARPA, it does qualify.
And in terms of using the ARPA funds, yes, it would. I believe it would also qualify. I just want to caution council about the intricate nature of becoming involved with operations for any sort of property, especially under the specter of our lawsuit. This is an issue that if you were to move forward, we want to structure something like this as a grant agreement, similar to what we did with ACCF, not going to the operator, but going to ACCF, who would then have the discretion to pass that money on to the operator. I don't want to put council in a position where this 1 to 3 months turns into 6 to 12, or where there's an ongoing obligation. And so it would be very important to have, as part of any agreement, a limited duration, and it would be extremely important to have it pretty well laid out how the money is going to be used and who it's going to.
Joel.
Well, and before we make the motion, I just wanted to discuss a couple things. One, it needs to include the time limitations and the amount. And the other thing is, if you spread it among all ARPA projects, it amounts to a subsidy of housing from all the other ones, like the swimming pool and the infrastructure for housing and all those kind of things. So rather than spreading it out, though it looks rather painless, it still is a subsidy of all the other good projects for this one particular project. And so I would rather use the ARPA money from that money that we already allocated for housing and that's available. And it's a very small percentage of that as well. But I think it keeps the integrity of our decision on ARPA.
Brian?
Okay, I'll take a stab at a motion. I would move that we direct staff to draft a grant agreement to ACCF for a time period from November 1st to January 15th to provide gap funding for operational expenses up to $80,000 because some of those costs have been taken out with the lease and other things. So, and then I guess have that funding source be housing-related projects from ARPA and have it taken out of each housing-related project in an equal proportion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Joel with the second, thank you. Discussion on that motion? Joel?
There's obviously issues with it. We have a chain of events that has occurred up to this point in time. It's not a desirable place to be. We have some existing services. We got that with other nonprofits as well, and as I say, I struggle with it. I think this is a chance for the Allcare Foundation to serve its community in a open manner. And the services are needed. I know that. We've had patients at our clinic that their kids' toes were amputated because they were staying in a car overnight and didn't have a warming shelter. Had some other patients sleep on the street. And I went down to Allcare and said, hey, what can you do about this? And the answer was, well, we can't do anything. There certainly is a need. This is still rather expensive when you look at the per patient per month expense. It's a lot cheaper than what the government did for our warming center, thank goodness. But I'll be voting yes as an interim measure to have faith in these guys along with accountability and compassion to move forward, not only for the nonprofit board to serve its function efficiently and effectively, but also for the participants to have accountability and compassion shown towards them, so that the individuals that are going to be served by this have some accountability as well. So.
Any further discussion? All right, the motion, Valerie, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if it's discussion. I guess my question is, and maybe somebody knows more than I do, with the DAS funds, they're pretty wide open, aren't they, in terms of how they can be used? Is it for housing or is it for homelessness? I mean, I guess I thought it was specifically tied into homelessness.
It's for affordable housing and
Okay.
homelessness in general. So the DAS funds are available and would be an allowable use for this. The motion that's on the table utilizing the two funds, the two funds that are highlighted there, JC highlighted the funds themselves, and that is the urban growth boundary infrastructure along with the affordable housing project. As you may recall, council had a discussion and tentatively have made a commitment of the affordable housing project to Jackson County Housing Authority. With that, you have a contract with a nonprofit that has said that they are going to build nonprofit housing, and the less that comes out of that, the potentially less units or accommodations that could be made from a guaranteed source of providing one of your highest priorities in the city, and that is affordable housing, versus the potential of urban growth boundary infrastructure. We have not identified what that looks like or where that might go, and don't know what the return on your investment would ultimately be, and it may not necessarily be associated with affordable housing. So just putting that in, just trying to think perspective, I wanted to make sure the understanding was there when it comes to affordable housing and taking from both of those units what the impact might be.
All right, any further discussion? All right, so the motion was to direct staff to draft a grant agreement to ACCF that would provide gap funding of up to $80,000 to provide a shelter between November 1st and January 15th, and to split that cost between these two highlighted line items in ARPA funding. Brian, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Val?
I'm going to vote no, only because, not that I don't support it, but I don't support it coming out of ARPA. I would rather have it out of the DAS, because I really think that building housing is the purpose of the infrastructure jumpstart. And just with our discussion that we had, we have committed that housing, and I think housing is my highest priority. So I would rather see it come from another source. So I'm going to vote no.
DJ?
No.
Rick?
No, for previous reasons stated. Thank you.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Kurt?
I'm going to vote no, same reason as Valerie.
Okay, motion failed 5-3. Valerie?
I'm going to turn around and make a motion that we draft an agreement with ACCF that goes November through January 15th to provide gap funding up to $80,000 to be checked in on a monthly basis with accountability, and the money come out of the DAS funds from the state.
Is there a second? Kurt? All right. Discussion on that? All right. So Val, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
DJ?
No.
Rick?
No.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-2. All right, we will come back at that grant agreement during a business meeting. That brings us to agenda review. So our next meeting is next week's workshop, where we are going to be discussing a navigation center. And you have some information about that here on the table today. Then we have a business meeting on September 21st. So we have a public hearing on a property line vacation at the Pregnancy Care Center. We have a resolution on investment strategies and local considerations, a motion on investment advisory services contract, a resolution on the school marshal memorandum of understanding, a resolution on another school resource officer memorandum of understanding. And then those committee appointments have been moved on down the road. Then right now for September 26th workshop, we also have at this time some time set aside for the navigation center discussion. And in essence, I guess the goal of both of those sessions, if it takes both, is to get the different community partners involved and have a discussion on where to go from here, given that we've been working on the urban campground for some time and it seems to be not going anywhere. Questions about any of that? Joel?
Well, I'm not sure this is timely. We probably want to discuss it at the end, but in our previous session today, we talked about infrastructure and for affordable housing. And I was talking with some of the staff, and they're already working on different plans. And I'm not sure if we just need a memo on where that's headed, or if we need a council decision on where that's headed in terms of the ARPA funding for infrastructure for affordable housing. I know before we talked about, well, we need infrastructure here, here, and here. Where do we want to invest it, and where do we get the biggest bang for our buck? And ARPA's got a timeline associated with it, so we want to be timely and not do it at the last second. So I was wondering if that would be timely either for a memo or a presentation maybe on some of the staff work that's already been completed, and have it come to us either for information or if we need a decision on how to proceed. Aaron, do you have any thoughts on that? I respect your opinion.
Whichever way you'd like to go, with a memo or a workshop, I think would work. We can try a memo first.
Sounds good to me.
Valerie?
Well, I'd kind of like to, since we kind of kicked this off today, and we did have discussion, I think I'd like to have something come forth. Did we do some sort of RFP or something out there within the urban growth boundary?
Yes, for the contractors to identify locations and come to us. So that's why I think a memo might be best.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay. Have we gotten any feedback? When was that due?
That, I'd have to look at the date. I don't have the date in my head.
Okay, and I just know that after the discussion today, one of the things that really came up to my mind was the fact that there was they were saying there was a lot of lots within the city that they felt might be worth knowing what could happen. And so I don't know, so I was just kind of trying to get an idea of how we can get that moving while we've got momentum, I guess is what I'm saying. So that sounds fine. Memo first, and then from there we can kick it off. I guess I was surprised when I saw 28 stars for the navigation center, because that's a lot of stars. That's 4 hours, and I personally don't know what we can talk about for 4 hours. I mean, I do also want to get some, find out what's moving, but that's a lot of time. So just trying to think of what else we might fill in there with some of the discussion today.
Joel?
Aaron, just some council concerns, or I guess my concern on being on the council for the infrastructure memo. There's a timeline associated with the expenditure of those ARPA funds. With some of the barriers that we've heard in terms of inflation, mortgage interest rates, those kind of things, kind of a contingency plan that if we don't have enough contractors coming forth to expend those kind of funds for infrastructure from their specter, what is our fallback for that? And maybe you can cover that. You don't have to cover it now, but cover it in the memo. And there may be different aspects. It may go to another fund. The city may help develop some infrastructure or whatever.
Okay.
And you can just put that in the memo.
All right, well, we can talk some more. I apologize, I've been out of town for 2 weeks, and I have to look at my notes, I guess, just to see what exactly we had planned for navigation center discussion. I'm out of the loop on that one. I just don't remember. Anything else that somebody wants to get going on the agenda? Brian?
Yeah, a few weeks ago, we received a memo on the Reinhardt Park invasive weeds overgrowth down by the river. And I'm not sure if everyone's had a chance to review that yet, but there's good information in there. And it seems like a situation where council will need to weigh in and potentially give direction to staff on how we want to proceed with that, if we want to proceed with that. So I would, and it's not super pressing, I don't think it needs to happen in the short term, but at some point I would like to get that on the agenda for discussion.
Okay. Is anybody else interested in that, or you still need to read it, Val? Needs to be a workshop or a business meeting? Workshop? Okay, anything else? All right. Let's move on. We still have an executive session left to go here. So how about a motion to adjourn into executive session?
I move we adjourn into executive session.
Valerie at the second. All in favor of moving into executive session, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Let's recess for just a few minutes here, and we'll start up at 3:40.